Nature-based solutions can help fight climate change, biodiversity loss, and poverty. We live in a world where landscapes are dominated by farming and infrastructure, with very little space left for nature. Yet nature is our life support system, and with 1 million species at risk of extinction and extreme events increasing as the planet warms, people are suffering. But we can, and we must choose a different future. Nature-based solutions involve protecting our natural ecosystems, not just our forests, but also our peatlands, our wetlands, grasslands, and marine habitats, through locally led projects that support communities. They encompass restoring degraded habitats, cleaning rivers and allowing them to meander again, and bringing microbes, plants, and animals back into damaged landscapes. Nature-based solutions involve sustainably managing our working lands and fisheries and replenishing soil health, for example, by growing trees among crops and planting more hedgerows. And nature-based solutions also include bringing nature into our towns and cities, with connected parks, allotments, green roofs, and ponds. But biodiversity must be at the foundation of all these activities, for it is only when ecosystems thrive that they can support people over the long term. And nature-based solutions can also only be sustained if they are designed and implemented by local communities, respecting indigenous knowledge, cultural traditions, and human rights. In this way, people and nature co-produce a variety of outcomes which benefit society, which in turn feed back to support biodiversity. Protecting nature can store carbon, whilst restoring it can draw greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere, and in this way, nature-based solutions can help to slow climate change this century. Restoration of habitats on slopes and in catchments can store water and stabilize soils, protecting our homes and crops by reducing the risk of floods, erosion, and landslides. Healthy coastal ecosystems are also crucial for protecting communities from the impacts of storm surges, saltwater intrusion, and erosion. While in our towns and cities, trees in parks and along pavements provide shelter from the sun and rain and reduce peak temperatures during heat waves, and by bringing nature into our cities, we can also improve our mental and our physical health. Nature-based agricultural practices can help to sustain or even enhance yields, securing food supplies and ensuring clean drinking water is available year-round. Furthermore, the restoration of our lands and seas can generate valuable jobs and provide diverse livelihoods while securing supply chains. And in this way, nature-based solutions can support economic recovery all over the world. Nature has diverse cultural values, including enjoyment of natural beauty and spiritual and religious connections, all the while bringing education, recreation, and health benefits. Through implementing nature-based solutions, people build stronger relationships, networks, and knowledge, which gives them the capacity to adapt and to be resilient in a rapidly changing world. All of these benefits and more support human well-being and biodiversity, which are, in turn, the foundation of sustainable development. Nature-based solutions can help fight climate change, biodiversity loss, and poverty. We live in a world where landscapes are dominated by farming and infrastructure, with very little space left for nature. Yet nature is our life support system, and with 1 million species at risk of extinction and extreme events increasing as the planet warms, people are suffering. But we can, and we must choose a different future. Nature-based solutions involve protecting our natural ecosystems, not just our forests, but also our peatlands, our wetlands, grasslands, and marine habitats, through locally led projects that support communities. They encompass restoring degraded habitats, cleaning rivers and allowing them to meander again, and bringing microbes, plants, and animals back into damaged landscapes. Nature-based solutions involve sustainably managing our working lands and fisheries and replenishing soil health, for example, by growing trees among crops and planting more hedgerows. And nature-based solutions also include bringing nature into our towns and cities, with connected parks, allotments, green roofs, and ponds. But biodiversity must be at the foundation of all these activities, for it is only when ecosystems thrive that they can support people over the long term. And nature-based solutions can also only be sustained if they are designed and implemented by local communities, respecting indigenous knowledge, cultural traditions, and human rights. In this way, people and nature co-produce a variety of outcomes which benefit society, which in turn feed back to support biodiversity. Protecting nature can store carbon, whilst restoring it can draw greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere, and in this way, nature-based solutions can help to slow climate change this century. Restoration of habitats on slopes and in catchments can store water and stabilize soils, protecting our homes and crops by reducing the risk of floods, erosion, and landslides. Healthy coastal ecosystems are also crucial for protecting communities from the impacts of storm surges, saltwater intrusion, and erosion. While in our towns and cities, trees in parks and along pavements provide shelter from the sun and rain and reduce peak temperatures during heat waves. And by bringing nature into our cities, we can also improve our mental and our physical health. Nature-based agricultural practices can help to sustain or even enhance yields, securing food supplies and ensuring clean drinking water is available year-round. Furthermore, the restoration of our lands and seas can generate valuable jobs and provide diverse livelihoods while securing supply chains. And in this way, nature-based solutions can support economic recovery all over the world. Nature has diverse cultural values, including enjoyment of natural beauty and spiritual and religious connections, all the while bringing education, recreation, and health benefits. Through implementing nature-based solutions, people build stronger relationships, networks, and knowledge, which gives them the capacity to adapt and to be resilient in a rapidly changing world. All of these benefits and more support human well-being and biodiversity, which are, in turn, the foundation of sustainable development.
Hello and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the SDG Pavilion at COP28. My name is Raydana Saggaf. I'm the economist at the United Nations Resident Coordinator Office in the UAE. And today we have an exciting event for you. Today we discuss the topic of integrating actions for climate and biodiversity, opportunities and potential. The convergence of both agendas on advancing climate action and biodiversity protection and preservation is central to the work that we do. It is central for our planet, for our future, and for collective well-being. Today's presentation, we will start with a discussion on a primer that a group of academic partners have put together for informing for our understanding. And I'd like to give the floor for Dr. Natalie Sidon to take us through that presentation. Yes.
Great, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for making it for an early start today. Yes, my name is Natalie Seddon. I'm Professor of Biodiversity at the University of Oxford. I'm also founding director of something called the Nature-Based Solutions Initiative. Today I'll be talking about, as a way of setting a bit of context for the panel discussion, how we might build synergies, essential synergies between climate and biodiversity governance here at COP28. So I have the privilege really of presenting the key findings of a report or a primer that was produced for the United Nations Resident Coordinator Office here in the United Arab Emirates as part of a collaboration between the universities of Durham, Oxford, Utrecht, IDRI, and PBL, Netherlands Environment Agency, and Rabot University. So the work that I'm presenting draws from that, and the link to that informative primer is placed on this slide. So this primer explores the interplay between climate change and biodiversity loss. It details the key features of the CBD, highlighting developments leading to the all-important global biodiversity agreement that was reached at COP15. Examines how climate change and biodiversity policies converge through the UNFCCC and CBD, as well as initiatives by non-state actors and subnational governments. And it concludes with some key issues emerging at the interface of climate change and biodiversity loss policy, and identifies 10 critical areas where progress could be made through COP28 to establish much more transformative or system change related action on both agendas. So today I'm going to give a high level overview of those key aspects, but go into a bit more detail about what these 10 critical actions are, and welcome feedback on those as part of this discussion, perhaps as part of the panel discussion. So we know very clearly, we're all here because we are failing to address climate change, and we're failing to stem the loss of biodiversity on land and in the sea. Now, the Rio Conventions, although when they were initially established in the early 90s in Rio, whereas the idea was that they would work in tandem and in an integrated fashion and holistic fashion, actually in the decades that have passed since the Rio Conventions were signed, the communities working on climate change, biodiversity loss, and desertification have actually largely worked in isolation from one another. But we're hearing a lot in presentations and various interventions at this COP, and in fact, to the last 2 or 3 COPs, that actually this is a problem that needs to be addressed, and we need to ensure that these 2 conventions are working in absolute harmony and there are no trade-offs, or that we minimize trade-offs as much as possible between them. And the real challenge is, and the reason why this is important, is that we know, for example, that land use change through industrial agriculture and forestry in particular is the biggest driver of biodiversity loss on land. Industrial fisheries are the biggest driver of biodiversity loss in the oceans. Meanwhile, land use change is one of the biggest, and food systems activities within the food system are the biggest, one of the biggest drivers of producers of greenhouse gas emissions. But we also know that biodiversity loss in turn reduces our resilience, reduces social and ecological resilience to the impacts of climate change. And some critical statistics I think that's really important to hold in one's mind as you think about this challenge of integration is we know that around 21% of greenhouse gas emissions comes from agriculture and forestry. So that's a big chunk of global greenhouse emissions. But we also know that if we, and I'll talk a bit more about this later, that if we scale up the protection, the restoration of natural and semi-natural ecosystems, if we much more sustainably manage our working lands, we can achieve around 10 gigatons less carbon dioxide or equivalent emissions a year, which is equivalent to knocking around 0.3 degrees off peak warming if we peak at around 2 degrees towards the end of the century. An massively important contribution to mitigation. So I want to just talk about, one of the key issues around this, that this is sort of providing a lot of context for why we did this primer. And we know very well that, as I just said, land use change and exploitation in our oceans are the big drivers of biodiversity loss, reducing, for example, 47% ecosystem extent and condition, leading to 82% declines in the global biomass of wild animals, 80% decline in the biomass of fish in the oceans. But ultimately, we're not going to be able to address these direct drivers unless we really look at and really try and tackle those indirectors, those fundamental systems-related directors and drivers around demographic and social, cultural issues, economic and technological issues, institutions, conflicts, epidemics, all these really fundamental things. And so more on how we might do that shortly. So one of the reasons that we're here and talking about synergies is really because we need to focus on the fundamental importance of biodiversity. Biodiversity is the diversity of life from the level of the gene to the level of the ecosystems. And we know from decades and decades of science, we also know from traditional knowledge that biodiverse ecosystems are the foundations of a thriving economy. We know that there are no solutions from nature unless we keep fossil fuels in the ground, but a cooler planet will only be habitable if we also, harness, nurture a flourishing biosphere. So in other words, we need the protection and restoration of ecosystems in tandem with keeping fossil fuels in the ground. So in recognition of this, there was a really important thing that happened a couple of years ago, was the first joint workshop between IPBES and IPCC. And the conclusion of that involved a synthesis of science on the biodiversity climate synergies is that neither climate change or biodiversity loss will be successfully resolved unless both are tackled together. So the urgency and scientific consensus highlight the imperative aligning the efforts of the UNFCCC and the CBD. Now, one question is that can nature-based solutions in particular play a critical role in aligning the UNFCCC and the CBD? And this is something that the primer really looked at. We know that nature-based solutions have quite recently emerged over the last 10 years with a particular uptake of interest in the last 2 or 3 as a way of harmonizing policy and practice in climate change. And these have been defined as a multilateral definition that was agreed in 2022, which is a very important development. And these are defined as actions to protect, conserve, restore, sustainably use and manage natural or modified terrestrial ecosystems, freshwater, coastal and marine ecosystems, so all the ecosystems, not just forests, but in a way that addresses the critical societal challenges whilst bringing benefits to biodiversity and local communities. So the local biodiversity benefits and community benefits are an incredibly important component of a successful, sustainable nature-based solution. An example that I wanted to highlight, this featured in our primer, was the Living Indus initiative, which was announced during COP15 by Pakistan's climate change minister. It's a multi-stakeholder, which is critically important for the success of a nature-based solution initiative, which targets the restoration and protection of the degraded Indus Basin, the Indus being an incredibly important water resource for the country, a country that is very, very highly susceptible to the impacts of climate change, very high vulnerability. As we know, recent flooding last year and other events really highlight that. And this initiative comprised of lots of different interventions. There's lots of different ways of working with nature that included urban forest, permaculture, watershed management, riparian growth, development, and so forth. And it really focused on enhancing the ecological health and improving flood resilience through those interventions. So that's an example. We have, at the Nature-Based Solutions Initiative, have got an interactive platform of 150 case studies of what good nature-based solutions look like, those that support biodiversity locally, those that address a societal challenge in an evidenced way, and those that support or are led by local communities. To explore some other examples, you're welcome to go to that website. 150 currently, but the plan is to include many more in the coming years. There are big challenges there, as I'm sure a number of you are aware, around nature-based solutions. There has been a misuse of nature-based solutions, or the misbranding of activities, and conflation with cheap offsetting and conflation with commercial forestry, which is leading to land grabs and biodiversity loss in a number of places around the world. Meanwhile, another challenge is that there's been an emphasis on solutions, but not enough emphasis on the fundamental drivers, which are highlighted in a previous slide, and their transformation of the system and of the economy that's needed to address those drivers. Meanwhile, progress in integrating climate and biodiversity action have been somewhat limited. I mean, there has been some progress, but there's been limited signs of proper integration. The last 2 COPs in Glasgow, the Glasgow Climate Pact, COP26, emphasised that the need to harmonise climate action with global biodiversity goals. So that was great that was in the decision text. In the Sharm el-Sheikh implementation plan, there was a stress for the need for a comprehensive and sustainable approach to align actions on climate biodiversity in the SDGs. Although the term nature-based solutions was included in that decision text, unfortunately, it was very narrowly associated with forests, overlooking the fundamental importance of all our ecosystems, perhaps especially for adaptation and for building resilience. Talk up a bit. Yeah, okay. Okay, I will. Sorry for the online audience for my quiet voice. However, despite the significant inclusion of climate change in the global biodiversity framework, the negotiations on formally aligning these 2 issues within the CBD were very fraught at COP15. So just to really highlight, a lot of the focus on nature-based solutions has, within the last 2 or 3 years, really focused on the mitigation potential. It's extremely hard to determine what the global or even the regional mitigation potential of scaling nature-based solutions is. There's an awfully large number of interacting social, cultural factors that need to be taken into account, all sorts of biophysical constraints and societal enablers that do. But nonetheless, there is general global consensus that if we were to scale up carefully implemented, sustainably implemented nature-based solutions globally, it would contribute to reducing around 10 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent a year. This is equivalent to, as I said earlier, to reducing peak warming by about 0.3 degrees by 2085 if we peak at 2 degrees at that date. The point is that we do not get those solutions from nature unless we also keep fossil fuels in the ground. So no solutions from nature unless we do that. And we have to protect the carbon in our intact ecosystems as well. So it's really important, and a real focus of the primer was really thinking of moving beyond a net zero focus. And we need to really recognise the deep embeddedness of society within nature, and that biodiversity ecosystems are important for securing that flow of carbon, the maintenance of our carbon stores and so forth. But they hold multiple values for diverse communities as a source of livelihoods, well-being, and very importantly, a source of cultural and spiritual identity. And we know from many examples around the world that, and we've lots of knowledge on this built up over the years, and this has been a key theme of a number of different interventions and sessions that I've been to. But if we ignore the local rights and knowledges, the values with which Indigenous communities and local communities place on ecosystems, then in any intervention, it's not just that they're unjust, although that's obviously a very serious problem, but their robustness, their resilience, their likelihood of enduring over time are going to be greatly compromised. So we really wanted to look at this. So we really do believe that now, this COP in particular, is a critical opportunity to embed a more integrated approach, including nature-based solutions, in the outcome of this conference and beyond. And within this report, we highlighted or identified 10 areas where concrete progress could be made through the COP28 to generate more transformative action for both agendas. And so I want to go through these now at a high level. So the first action is around strengthening and safeguarding the use of nature-based solutions. So as I say, moving beyond that focus on zero and really recognizing the importance of nature for livelihoods and the really important role of nature in supporting adaptation to climate change. We need to embed nature-based solutions as a sort of integrated, holistic response for adaptation, mitigation, biodiversity, and bringing multiple social benefits. If the intention and the design of nature-based solutions are such that they reflect this plurality of values, they're so much more likely to deliver the various different ecosystem services that we need. So whether you're interested in water or carbon or livelihoods or Indigenous rights or biodiversity for biodiversity's sake, we need to ensure that we have this holistic approach to interventions across our landscapes. And as I said earlier, this must only be done in tandem with the adoption of robust social and ecological guardrails, and to ensure that nature-based solutions do not result in exploitation, human rights violations, or harm to biodiversity. In fact, if they do, they're not a nature-based solution, and that's the point we need to repeatedly make. But it's very important that they do not distract or delay from the urgent imperative of keeping fossil fuels in the ground. No solutions from nature unless we do that. The second action is to really have a focus or refocus on the indirect drivers. So endorse or translate the key global biodiversity framework targets relating to indirect drivers, including on sustainable production and consumption, the reduction of pollution, and very importantly, the rapid phase out of harmful subsidies. This needs to be integrated into the UNFCCC to align action on indirect drivers of climate change and biodiversity loss. The third critical point, and there is going to be a ministerial event later today really looking at this, is it's very important that we harmonise the development of national action plans, particularly of the NDCs with the national adaptation plans in the UNFCCC with the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plans, the NBSAPs in the CBD, to ensure that we're not designing policy and action that conflicts between these two. So a really important body of work that needs to be done in aligning these targets across the two conventions via these nationally determined contributions, adaptation programs, and NBSAP. So that's a really important, actually quite a tractable thing to take away. We need to develop a common strategic roadmap on finance, so a common reporting platform. It's very important to account for non-state and subnational actors' financial commitments on climate and biodiversity. We need to avoid that double counting, ensure additionality, which is a very hot topic, as I'm sure you'll appreciate, and promoting the long-term investment plans at the national level. Long-term being important. Often a lot of those benefits we get from nature, we can get benefits immediately through the interventions around nature-based solutions, but many of those important benefits for well-being, health and society are manifest over longer term as well. And then the fifth action within this sort of initial umbrella of how we embed a triple win agenda within the UNFCCC is to acknowledge that while transformative change is at the heart of the global biodiversity framework and the CBD, so all that stuff around subsidies, direct, really tackling those indirect drivers, that's really there in the CBD. It's not yet so to the same extent it needs to be within the UNFCCC. So this event could emphasize the central importance of transformative change and adopt a stronger language inspired by the GBF, especially regarding issues around diversity and the inclusion of IPLCs, women and youth. In terms of the next sort of bucket of key 5 actions is around supporting the action agenda for climate and biodiversity. So bringing biodiversity into the race to zero and the race to resilience, I think were identified in the primer as being very important. So this is around embedding actions aligned with the GBF targets within these races. The lack of emphasis on biodiversity and nature-based solution in the race to resilience is particularly problematic because, as I've highlighted, that biodiversity is the source of resilience. It is that which secures the flow of all that we benefit from the natural world as part of the natural world, including our ability to adapt to climate change. So biodiversity, not a nice to have, a fundamental property of nature, and that also needs to be reflected much more strongly in those. Joint membership of the UNFCCC and CBD action agendas, so building on a stronger emphasis on non-state action at the UNFCCC, and high-level champions could and should, I would argue, encourage organisations to join initiatives for biodiversity actions. And then a common reporting platform, again, another more tractable thing for us to focus on. So create a common reporting platform, synergizing existing efforts to ensure greater accountability of non-state actors' pledges across climate and biodiversity. This event could endorse such a platform, or initiate such a platform, and strengthen efforts to have the UNFCCC and the CBD really develop that. Develop shared principles for financing, also very important. So for both, not just on the public sector side, but also, but in particular on the private sector side, actions that support climate biodiversity and societal outcomes, including the mainstreaming of biodiversity and climate into all fiscal and financial flows. A number of events, both here in the blue zone, but also particularly in the green zone, just on that point. And then the final thing would be to support a UN resident coordinator system to convene, its convening power to align policies and plans for climate and biodiversity and the SDGs within a national context, fostering a collaborative and innovative initiative, embedding this within this whole of society approach, this whole of society terminology being something that I'm hearing a lot in this event. So to conclude, the key messages of this opening keynote are that COP28 represents a really critical moment to align UNFCCC and CBD. The evidence from both science and practice speaks to the real urgent need to do this. We don't have very much time, and that window of opportunity is rapidly shrinking. In the primer, we recommend these key 10 actions, which has gone through quite quickly, but you can read more in the primer, which you can download. There's also some hard copies being circulated this morning. But there are 3 broad themes of those 10 actions. One is to address the indirect drivers of climate change and biodiversity loss through transformative change. The second is to align national planning on climate and biodiversity, in particular the NDCs with the MBSAPs, very important, and again an event later today focusing just on that, and strengthening and robustly safeguarding the use of nature-based solutions to address both climate change and biodiversity loss and support poverty alleviation, but in a holistic, rights-based way. Now, I just again wanted to just underline the other key messages around nature-based solutions, because there is a lot of confusion around nature-based solutions at the moment, but the success of them requires understanding of their effectiveness, their risks, and their urgent need to have for inclusive rights-based governance. And crucially, investment in nature-based solutions is not an alternative to keeping fossil fuels in the ground. And nature-based solutions must be designed, managed, monitored in close partnership with or by Indigenous peoples and local communities, and some wonderful examples of where Indigenous communities are really taking the lead in implementing really successful nature-based solutions in various parts of the world, ranging from the high Arctic Inuit communities to Amazonia and beyond. And some final thoughts to share. I think achieving net zero and protecting nature requires this whole systems of systems approach that blends technological approaches with nature-based solutions across multiple sectors. We're not saying that we don't need technology, we really do, but much of that technology is still very nascent, whereas nature is ready to be protected and restored right now and can deliver immediate benefits for both adaptation and mitigation in the near term. But we do need a systemic change in the way we run our economies and in the way we behave as individuals, shifting to a dominant worldview that is based on valuing the quality of life and human well-being rather than material wealth, and connection with nature as part of nature rather than its conquest. And if carefully implemented to ensure the plurality of values of nature are respected, nature-based solutions do really offer an important opportunity to accelerate this transition while slowing warming, building resilience, and protecting biodiversity. And ultimately, eventually, we want to live in a world where we don't need the term nature-based solutions anymore, because we're already fully embedded nature within the economy, or the economy within nature, and that we have an economy that is in service of life, that's in service of the web of life. So we have two outputs, the primer itself, which is a longer document, but we also produced a shorter policy brief that's in circulation and we'll be sharing via social media today alongside the primer that you can see, which summarises what we explored in the primer. We also have another policy brief, which I wanted to share around ensuring the integrity of nature-based solutions in climate change policy and how we can guard against greenwashing here at COP28 and beyond. So that's from me, and I will pass over to the rest of my colleagues for the panel discussion now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Natalie, for that rich presentation. It is a central issue for us that COP28 must follow on the successes achieved in prior COPs, but also in CPD COP15. This is the first UNFCCC COP following the Biodiversity COP, and therefore it must build on those successes and those commitments to strengthen the science synergy. I'd also like to take your attention back to COP27, where Article 1, actually, of the policy outcome of COP27 reiterated these linkages in terms of working with nature, in partnership with nature, in order to save our planet. There is a bit of legacy that focuses on actions on oceans, on mountains, on water bodies, and other parts of biodiversity. But the key issue for us is what kind of integrated mechanism would we have in order to align these actions? Our engagements with the COP28 presidency showcased that there is a significant interest in that synergy as well, thus our presence and our collaborations here. Her Excellency, the high-level champion, Razan al-Mubarak, sends this message loud and clear. And it's not only related from the importance and the logic that comes on this synergy, but also linking it to the broader agendas that we have and the UAE's own identity as a coastal community, which is rooted deep with the engagement with our common surroundings. So with that, I would like to invite our panelists to engage in this conversation. But I'd like to introduce my colleague Sandeep Sengupta, who is the Global Policy Lead at the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, to join us. Maya Kent, Research Fellow at the Anwar Gangargash Diplomatic Academy. Dr. Fatin Samara, Professor of Environmental Sciences at the American University of Sharjah. And Dr. Francisco Paparella, Director of the Arabian Center for Climate and Environment Sciences. Dr. Fatin and Dr. Francisco are both the co-chairs of the UAE Climate Change Network. Thank you all for joining us in this panel. So perhaps to reflect on the presentation and to get this conversation starting, maybe I can start with you, Sandeep. IUCN has been calling for addressing the climate and biodiversity loss crises in an integrated and synergetic manner since day one. How do you see progress in bridging the gap between both agendas?
Great. Thank you, Raidan, first of all, for organizing this great session this morning. It's very befitting that on Nature Day, we discuss at 9 o'clock this important topic of how to bridge the climate and biodiversity agendas. And I'd also like to thank the UN in the UAE for bringing us all together in this space. Now, for those of you, I'm not going to go into a long introduction of IUCN, but I think it's appropriate to start off by saying that we are a union of members that brings together over 1,500 states and government agencies and non-governmental organizations and indigenous peoples organizations from across the world. And as you said, right on from day one of the things that we've been really pressing forward on the climate space is the need to actually address the biodiversity and the climate agendas in a joint manner. So, how has the progress been on this so far? If you look in the climate space itself, if we turn the clock back to 1992, for example, and if we look at the text of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, yes, there are references to what we might call as nature. If you look at Article 41D of the convention, that article clearly, calls for conserving and enhancing, the greenhouse gas sinks and reservoirs of all types, including biomass, forests, and oceans, and all other terrestrial, coastal, and marine ecosystems. But that was in a particular context, and the evolution of that discussion in the UNFCCC in the UNFCCC space was largely around the role that forests could play in carbon storage and sequestration, which ultimately, in a sense, coalesced around the Red Plus agenda, on the reducing emissions from forest degradation and deforestation, and the contribution that restoration could make. But there was never really an explicit sense that biodiversity and climate needed to be tackled jointly. So if I fast forward to 2021, 2021 was also the year when IUCN organized the IUCN World Conservation Congress in Marseille. And one of the key outcomes that came out of that Congress was a strong signal, the Marseille outcomes that our members sent, that the climate and biodiversity crisis can't be treated separately. They're two sides of the same coin, and they have to be addressed in an integrated, joint, and synergistic manner. So this was in September 2021. And immediately after, in November 2021, we had COP26 in Glasgow. And one of the wins, if you say, for our collective community in Glasgow was this explicit recognition in the decision text, in the cover decision text, decision 1 CP26, precisely this element, the need to recognize that the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis are deeply interlinked and need to be tackled together. And that decision referred to the important role that nature and ecosystems play in addressing these two crises in a joint manner. If we fast forward then to 2022, what happened in 2022, Natalie already mentioned in her presentation, the UNIA resolution on a multilaterally agreed definition on nature-based solutions. And we were very happy to see that multilaterally agreed definition on nature-based solutions, because what we had until that point was the IUCN definition on nature-based solutions that was adopted again at the IUCN Congress in Hawaii in 2016. And what we were particularly happy about was the fact that the UNIA definition built directly on the IUCN definition. And in the Marseille Congress, our members also endorsed the IUCN Global Standard on nature-based solutions that help to adjudicate precisely some of the elements that Natalie was alluding to as to what is and what isn't an NBS. But if we look at what followed from the agreement in the UNIA resolution in 2022, was a succession of mainstreaming of this understanding that the role that nature-based solutions could play across all the three Rio conventions. So you had the UNIA resolution in March 2022. In July 2022, you had the high-level political forum of the SDGs, where the ministerial declaration recognized the role of nature-based solutions. In August, you had the Conference of Parties of the UNCCD, which again recognized the role of nature-based solutions. And the big moment, in a sense, was at COP27 last year. But again, as you rightly pointed out, the cover decision from COP27, decision on CP27, paragraph 1, really called out, the importance of addressing the interlinked climate and biodiversity crisis in a joint manner in the context of the sustainable developments and the role that nature could play. Then again, if you look at the section, and Natalie refers to it, it was being placed under the section titled Forest. But of course, the scope was much more. And that's a space where it actually invited countries to include nature-based solutions and/or ecosystem-based approaches in the climate plans that they were developing. And that, I think, was a really important moment, to bring the debate forward. And what we have right now is a continuation of that understanding in the global stocktake. So I've been following the global stocktake discussions here at this COP very closely. And there are references to the importance that nature and ecosystems and the need to address these two interesting challenges in a joint manner in the current versions of the text. In fact, the second version of the text that came out, I think, on 5th December, didn't do it as strongly. The version that came out yesterday, includes these in a much more. So the version that came out yesterday actually includes a specific reference to nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches also includes a reference, for example, to the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So I would say that, this is just what I've hopefully tried to do in this short intervention, is give you a sort of a landscape of where we have come from and where we are at the moment. So there has been progress made, but for sure much more can be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandeep, for that quite elaborate discussion. I mean, taking us back to the Rio conferences and ever since then. And I'm happy to see that there is a growing interest in terms of consolidating these agendas. I think the global stocktake will also take us forward in terms of guiding that. But perhaps building on this conversation, since we are at COP28, I can ask our colleague Maya, in terms of that COP28 is actually a political and diplomatic process with the biodiversity-rich countries engaging heavier in support of this integration. How can we influence the negotiations agenda to nudge this forward?
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yep. So I think it's important to. Is it working? Yeah. Great. First of all, hello everyone, and thank you for being here this early hour. I think it's first of all it's important to acknowledge the fact that negotiations don't just happen in these 2 weeks of the COP. There are all sorts of other activities, negotiations and nudges, as you call them, uh, that are kind of working towards this goal of synergizing these two frameworks. And I think coming from the diplomacy background or diplomacy space, I think diplomacy has a really important role to play in pushing for these synergies as well. And that is because diplomacy has a very good way of bringing together different actors, different countries that may not kind of come together and discuss these topics because of cultural differences, because of language barriers, geographical differences. And this is exactly what diplomacy can facilitate, these discussions to happen outside of COPs and nudge in the right direction. And we have other platforms that besides obviously COP28 and the CBD COP, which is all the G events like G7, G20s, and other UN platforms where these discussions can take place. And I think it's important that they do take place at that high level. And I think it's starting to happen more and more. And then there's another dimension of foreign affairs, and what these actors are doing is combining the domestic policies with international policies, or kind of creating this link. And this is where a country that is engaging in these corporations and they can influence other countries by showcasing their own good policies by incorporating nature into their own policies, domestic policies. So I think there's a lot of space for diplomacy and foreign affairs actors to play in bringing these synergies, and I think that needs to be acknowledged and utilized. And I think UAE is becoming very good at these kind of smaller bilateral, and I think they're now called the minilateral corporations. And you can hear more and more the topic of climate change or water security coming into these discussions. I think that's really, really good to see. I'm hoping it will continue. But how do we make sure that this continues in the right direction, that nature is accounted and it is part of the dialogues? And I think that it's knowledge, is bringing knowledge to those people who are engaging in these conversations. And this is where my Center for Climate Diplomacy comes to play. So what we do is we write these insight papers on exactly climate diplomacy that is then used to inform the foreign affairs actors or diplomats or even negotiators this year, and we provide them with knowledge that then they can use to shape the international policies. And interestingly, the very first paper that we published under the center's remit was on these synergies between biodiversity and climate change within these international frameworks. And another paper that we have also recently published was on food security, but it very much has a nature-based solution added to the solution of for food security. And I think we will continue doing this. We will continue making sure that nature and biodiversity is part of these discussions and kind of pushing for it. I think the moment is now, and I do think I can feel the momentum happening. Yesterday, I attended another panel discussion. I wasn't panelist, but it was a panel discussion on this very similar topic, and then another one on incorporating peatlands, for example, more in the negotiations and in the final text. And the rooms were full. It was a little bit later in the day, so it did make sense why it was full. But I think people are really interested in bringing these two topics together, because they have to be brought together, because to me they're one and the same thing. So yeah, I hope the process and the progress will continue in this direction.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Maya. Peatland, that's an interesting item to look at, both from an emissions point of view, but also from a conservation point of view.
Or I would love to talk about peatlands and the importance of them.
I think there is a broader argument here on the sciences and engaging the sciences to inform policy making through publications such as this one and beyond that. But perhaps I can move over to Dr. Fatten to tell us a little bit more in practice. How would an environmental policy that's informed by science advance both agendas in tandems? And if you can give us any examples on how that's happening.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Raidan. And I have to say thank you, Natalie, for that amazing presentation. Before that, I think it really sets the scene. So I've been listening a little bit to the conversation, and we keep going back to the idea that we don't know why until this point we haven't really put together climate change and biodiversity as just one policy together, just because they're so connected, right? And when it comes to thinking of policies, then that comes the idea of research, and you just mentioned research, but I think that there is a lot of science that needs to be behind. And I know that the presidency of this COP mentioned that COP is actually moved by science, and that is the concept that we're implementing, right? And they also need to be side by side. Policy and science need to be connected. Last year in COP27, that was a main topic as well. We were talking about that interconnection between science and policy, and why isn't that happening? At the local level in the UAE, I can see a lot of progress going into the idea of science. Like we recently published, for example, WWF, in an effort with a lot of different entities. We did the idea of carbon accounting. How can mangroves ecosystems, for example, have the ability to increase in carbon capture, right? What is their capacity? That is that research that is required, because the UAE has in the agenda, and I think that's what we can call a success story. Their agenda is to currently plant 100 million mangroves so replant those mangroves in order to take action towards climate. So is that the best approach? Is that the best nature-based solution? Well, that comes into the idea of research. Are these mangroves that we are replanting, are these mangroves going to be really capturing a lot of this? Another example that I can talk about, it is the idea of how can researchers, us in the little work that we do in our laboratories, can really put that data out there. And I know that yesterday you attended our workshop, but one of the main concepts was data. We don't have a lot of data in the local level. So I think we need to go back to the scientists. We need to go back to gathering that data, so then that can be used for informing those policymakers. I mean, we worked on an oyster beds project. We use some of the data done by Emirates Nature on oyster beds that they found. We did a lot of research, and we found that some of those oysters that are naturally present, they have the ability to remove a lot of pollutants. So now in the pollution perspective, that is nature-based solution. It's just that it hasn't been called that way. And some of the municipalities didn't even know that they had those in their waters. So then I think it's just a connection. We need to push a little bit more into the science, because certainly policy needs to be guided by this data.
Thank you very much for that and for the examples. I didn't even know about the oysters as well. I learned about it very recently, and I was actually surprised that all the work that happens in relation to plastics pollution as the negotiations for the treaty move forward. But maybe I can delve a little bit more in terms of the contributions of what the sciences can give us. For Dr. Francisco, if you can share with us more examples on the interplay between the climate change and the natural sciences, and how can our research agenda help converge toward nature positive climate action?
Thanks. Thank you very much, first of all, for having me here. It's a honor. Do you hear me? Yeah, okay, perfect. So let me start from my own very parochial point of view, which is the point of view of a modeler. And modelers, of course, need to simplify things. So we have heard a lot about the interplay between climate change and biodiversity, ecosystem resilience, and these sort of things. They are certainly linked, but what is the main causal link, causal relationship? And I would say that right now, not in the future if things go bad, but right now, it is important to appreciate that the main causal link is between biodiversity loss, land use change, and climate. In the sense that if we could magically snap our finger and fix the greenhouse gases levels in the atmosphere at the pre-industrial levels, we would still be in the midst of the so-called sixth extinction. We would still have a lot of problems in terms of biodiversity loss, land degradation, and all these sort of things. The reverse, at least now, is a lot less true. Yes, climate change is affecting our biomes in important ways, but not yet at the level of reaching tipping points. Probably the biggest, the worst signal in that direction is actually the Amazon forest that recently has been measured to have become a carbon source rather than a carbon sink. It's a weak carbon source, but it is a carbon source. So that is, but even in that case, climate change is only responsible. It's a very small part. The real effect is the direct anthropogenic effect of deforestation, environmental fragmentation, and so this leads me to say that in terms of policy, from my point of view, the very first thing that one should try to avoid is make damage. Even before trying to come up with nature-based solutions, one should try to avoid damage. Because we have still plenty of carbon, which is locked in some ecosystems. And these are land ecosystems, there are marine ecosystems, there are ecosystems in the Arctic. And it's very easy by destroying them to suddenly release carbon in the atmosphere that then would take thousands of years to be replenished and reconstructed. So it is said that, what is the secret of winning a soccer game? Don't take goals. So every time we destroy one of these key ecosystems, we are taking goals. So this is, say, the background. Now, in the specific for this territory, for this environment, we have heard from Fatin about oyster beds. Let me also mention mangrove forests and seagrass meadows. In particular, seagrass meadows are terribly understudied ecosystems that are very peculiar, quite rare. They are specific to this place because the Gulf technically is not even sea, it's really submerged land. 25,000 years ago, this was a prairie, a savanna, and the shuttle Arab would flow all the way to the Strait of Hormuz. All this land has been submerged, but there are still meadows, no more grass or land grass, is now seagrass, and there are no gazelles underwater, there are dugongs, but the idea is the same. And we know for a fact that there is a lot of carbon in these seagrass meadows. However, what we do not know is what are the fluxes. How much carbon do they pick up from the atmosphere? And this leads me to my final point, we do need to measure what we do. We cannot just say any nature-based solution has to be certified by direct measurements. We cannot just rely on estimates. The case of the mangroves is classical. The only direct measurements of fluxes on an extensive basis in a mangrove ecosystem have been made in Florida, in the Florida Everglades. There are a few measurements in Southeast Asia, but essentially it's Florida. So all the tables, all the formulas, all the assessment estimation rules that you find around about how much carbon a mangrove ecosystem can pick up, they are based on the Everglades. Now, of course, you cannot compare the Everglades to here. It's even different species. It's different environments, different climates, different everything. On top of that, all these formula, all these assessments only focused on CO2. We now know that methane is a very important gas that is fluxed through a mangrove ecosystem. So if we want to convincingly argue for the usefulness of these solutions, we have to get there and measure what is happening, and then certify the results. So from my scientific point of view, I'm excited at the idea of doing that because we would learn a lot of things. But from a policy point of view, I suspect that it would be a lot more convincing to say, hey, these are not estimates, these are not extrapolation. This is something we really measured. It's happening.
Let me probe you a little bit further on that, actually. I'm not a scientist, I'm an economist, so. But there is the point about the policymaker's dilemma. In terms, if you're designing a nationally determined contribution, how much do you put in terms of nature-based solutions, and how much of that will actually be effective, and how do you measure that results? I also take your point on the seasonality, and for example, what's happening in the Amazon in terms of how much carbon is captured in the Amazon and deforestation, how that links to the food systems arguments and the whole other related issues, and also how much carbon do these mangroves that we have here sequestrate compared to Costa Rica or elsewhere in the world. So to probe you a little bit on that, what should the research agenda in order to solidify this argument look like? What are some of the key quick wins you can share with us?
The quick wins is really having the courage to establish measurement campaigns. Here in this country, EAD and WWF have had a campaign on the mangroves where they measured the carbon stock. That means how much carbon is in the system, in the ecosystem right now. What we do not know is what are the carbon fluxes, how much is exchanged with the atmosphere. But that is what really matters if we want to know if we are sequestering any. The second thing, more forward-looking, is we have heard about ecosystem and technology as if these things were different, which they are. But to me, the most sophisticated, the highest pinnacle of technology would be being able to harness an ecosystem. Make it work in a way that is useful for humanity. I'll give you a very simple example of what I mean. One thing which is emerging from our research is that we have a problem, among others here, sea level change. And in a scenario sea level rise, all the coastal cities in the UAE are endangered, obviously, because it's a very low land. One possibility is to build seawalls. Another possibility would be to use mangroves in place of seawalls. Now, would that work? We don't know. We don't have the technology to understand how the ecosystem how a man-made artificial ecosystem based on mangroves would react in certain scenarios. We have to model it, we have to test it, we have to try to implement it in some cases and see what happens. But this is what I'm trying to say when I say that the ultimate pinnacle of technology is using the ecosystem to do something rather than just, concrete wall. If I suspect that a mangrove forest would work even better. And of course, that would have the side multiple effects. It would be both a protection against storm surges, but it would also be a carbon sink. It would also be something that promotes biodiversity. So, and even tourism. So, it would be a win-win-win.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that example. I think there is a lot of options on the table because also nature-based solutions is not just one solution, solutions with an S. And therefore, we must be cognizant of that. I'd like to circle back again to the issue of the policymakers and with a question to both Maya and Sandeep, if you may. There is a tension, as you just heard, between engineering-based solutions for climate change and nature-based solutions climate change. And particularly that the engineering-based solutions have been gathering some steam, at least in the political discourse, and looking at the risk that these solutions could potentially pose for biodiversity and biodiversity risks, such as the issue of rare earth minerals and the mining of that, and how that can help us in terms of addressing climate change, but at the expense of biodiversity. So how should we navigate those tensions? Who would like to start?
Right. So you mentioned the rare earth minerals, and there's so many more kind of engineers and technological solutions that we need to consider. Um, and I do think that we need the combination of nature-based solutions and technological solutions in order to reach the goal, the Paris goal that we're so keen on. But as you say, some of them may not work. They may work against each other. Well, mostly the engineer solution tend to work against the nature-based solution. I think nature is definitely a good guy in my eyes. Um, and I'll give you a few more examples just to get the idea what other of these technological ideas and solutions for climate change we have. And I did make a little list. So you mentioned rare minerals for EV and for I think they also use them in wind turbines. But then there's also biofuels, and now biofuels can be very very good solution for climate change for replacing the petrol. But if you're changing a land use, and if you're, for example, removing peatlands, in order to grow some of those crops, you will probably create more problems and release carbon in the atmosphere than you will help the climate change. And another one is offshore renewable energy. So I don't know if any of you have ever been to Brighton, but as you in England, and when you reach the beach, you see these these wind turbines that are nested in the sea, and and I think there's about 72 square kilometer area. And I can just imagine what impact that has had on the marine life on the seabed, and it's continuing to have um, even to this day. So again, I think we really need to be careful that these solutions don't work against nature because we need both of those. Um, and then a very worrying kind of geoengineering solution that I keep hearing about is ocean fertilization. Then also stratospheric sulfate injections, and I'm not 100% sure exactly how that works, but it definitely sounds scary to me. And we also get very caught up in creating these new solutions, and we love being innovative. But at the same time, we need to be careful that we assess those solutions properly. And I think this is where government have a very important role to play and kind of mandate the proper assessment of each of those solutions before the solution is deployed, what kind of impact it's going to have on environment and biodiversity. But in order to do that, we need to have a baseline of the natural resources that is potentially being impacted, and kind of whether they are carbon sinks, whether they are kind of heavy carbon storage, and we need to decide whether we want to disturb those. And you were talking about mines, and if you have seen the pictures, there are these huge craters on Earth's surface, and it must have had an impact on biodiversity in the area. There's some social concerns as well of what impact does it have on local communities, groundwater, surface water, pollution. So I think all of these need to be addressed, and I think governments need to lead the way, because governments are the ones who are um, giving directions, and they are the ones that do have power to make laws and regulations. And I would like to point out to one of the recent policy that's been developed in the UK or in England and Wales, and it's a net biodiversity gain policy, and you may know about it. And I wouldn't say it's a perfect policy and it's going to solve the biodiversity problem, but I think it's one in that is going in the right direction. So what the policy does or mandates, and this is enshrined in the law, and the developers need to respect it. What it does is it says that every new development and new infrastructure, especially at a larger scale, it needs to provide net biodiversity gain. It needs to create 10% extra biodiversity than what it was before the development. And this is obviously, it's not an easy task, but they do mandate that an ecologist or a landscape architect, they need to do a survey of the area, and then based on the survey, the developer develops a project, and it's kind of sends it to respective authorities for project to be approved or not approved or improved. And I think that something like this, I can see it clearly. It could be implemented in these conversations. So for the new solutions at large scale, such as nothing comes to my mind right now, but for example, new wind turbines or new hydropower station, something like this could be done for these sort of solutions as well, where biodiversity is kind of central in decision making, and improving it rather than degrading it needs to be the goal, and needs to be across all of the government and trickled into each department, not just department for environment or climate change.
Yeah, thank you, Maya, for that. It scares me sometimes to think, are we actually asking industry to fix what industry broke? So let's hear from Sandeep, perhaps.
Yeah, thanks. I'll try to be brief. But this is a question that has multiple dimensions, right? So maybe first to start off with, does it need to be seawalls or does it need to be mangroves? I think, there's a third dimension to it. Can it be some combination of both? Because there are, cases in the Philippines. I can think of also cases in other coastal regions of the world where they've actually tried to integrate green gray infrastructure in a way that has greater benefits than either alone. So that's one point. Secondly, on the risks, certainly, I mean, right now, even in the context of this particular COP, there is a move for for countries to agree on a tripling of renewable energies capacity by 2030 to help address the climate goal, right? Now that itself might have consequences for biodiversity, because you already mentioned to some of the risks that go from whether it's electric vehicles, whether it's wind turbines. All of these will require additional mining of energy transition minerals. Where are these energy transition minerals located? In many cases, they are located in protected areas, for example. So there's one study that was carried out that showed that about 30% of all the mines that are located in key biodiversity areas on the world are actually mines that are for mining these critical energy minerals. So what can be a climate, the amount of emissions you save with one hand, you end up releasing with the other, unless one takes a you know an overarching picture of these different elements, so that they come to an understanding of what the trade-offs are and how they can be balanced. And finally, to the point on geoengineering, that is an area that I think the world needs to be extremely cautious about, and this is something that we allude to in our position paper as well. I mean, it's not just there is so much uncertainty around it in terms of the ecological risks, the social risks, also issues of ethics and governance and equity. Who takes the decisions on these geoengineering solutions? Because they will likely have transboundary effects, and it's therefore important that there be a good governance around them before anyone starts these off. I'll leave it at that.
Exactly. That's well said, especially the point about governance. So just before we conclude this panel, I would like to invite Ms. Kata Tutu, Vice Mayor of Budapest and EU Rapporteur for Harmonizing Global Frameworks for Climate Change, Biodiversity and Sustainable Development, for a reflection. Do you have a mic? Yes.
Thank you very much. Just as one of the makers. Yes, I represent the European Committee of the Regions, which is the parliament for mayors and cities in the EU. And we are working with very, very strict frameworks. So we have the goal of becoming, in the European cities, whole of European countries, we have to become climate neutral. We have to protect biodiversity. We have to go for circular economy. We are integrating the sustainable development goals. And in Europe, it's like implementation 70% is up to cities and regions. And what we are doing now in the Committee of the Regions is we are working with the Mayor of Warsaw on a paper for this framework, how we should integrate all these many things. Because, yes, sure, biodiversity, climate, yes, let's interlace them. But you have to bring your citizens with you. You always have to put in the third pillar, the social pillar. Because in the end, if you don't bring your citizens, if they're not engaged, then this won't work because they will choose somebody else who says that you don't have to do it. So you have to protect biodiversity. You have to emit less CO2, but just you have to have secure and affordable energy. You have to have affordable housing. Yes, you have to have all the water and everything kept affordable and engage the citizens. So I think this is always a part that has to be in mind. When you talk about solutions, I think European citizens are quite innovators. They are cutting a lot of paths because what we say is it's not one path you have to cut. You have to cut a lot of different paths, and it always depends on the current situation, the current framework of a city, of a community, their speed, their adaptation capacity. So building many roads, we always say we don't want to build one ship. We need to build many, many ships. And I think that is the way to look on. So this is what we do. We try to share. We also do the data collection. We try to share to push these issues forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, before we close, I'd like to invite the panelists to share with us perhaps a specific line that you'd like to see in the outcome of COP28. Maybe we can start from the far end.
If I may jump in and reconnect me to what I just heard, it is absolutely crucial to fan out and explore in many, 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 many different directions with the conscience and the pre-knowledge that some of those will fail. That's natural research. We don't know what will work, and therefore we have to explore many directions to find what will work. And this is true at the scientific level. At the policy level, the risk that I see as a European citizen, I'm really concerned about the fact that what you said is true. The burden of implementation, the burden of making it work is at the city level, at the region level, but the constraints are top down. Somebody has decided in Brussels that the solution has to be, say, wind and solar, and that's it, wind and solar. And in fact, not even solar, photovoltaic solar, and you're stuck with that. What if that is a dead end? We need to have the courage to explore. That is where the solution can be found. And that's all I have, to say about
So
that.
explore all options. Huh?
I have to agree with you in the terms of education. So I think education doesn't only come into the children education, right? But I think it is at all levels. And one of the things that I would like to see, it is we had yesterday was Youth Day, right? And there is a lot of focus on this specific COP on youth. I would like to see those levels of education and collaboration, not only collaboration in policy and scientists, engineers, etc., but collaboration with all the citizens in all the specific fields. So I think that incorporating not only from youth, but youth all the way to the higher level. And something that I think is so important is to think about legacy, right? What do we get from the elder? If we go back to the way that our grandparents and great grandparents lived, they actually were implementing these nature based solutions all the time. That's the way that they live. So I think that I would like to see as a result the idea of collaboration between the different sectors, because we cannot make any solution if we do not have the integration of all sectors. And then education at all levels, certainly going from the very young all the way to the older generations, and trying to implement that into what we can do. Certainly what works for the UAE doesn't necessarily work for Europe, right? Doesn't necessarily work for the US. So I think we need to really focus on the local perspective. What is that is working for our ecosystem, for what we have, for our knowledge? And I think that's something that I would like to see.
Thank you. That's localization, inclusion, and education.
So, in terms of what we'd like to see from the COP28 outcomes, again, I'd invite all of you to look at the IUCN position paper. But a lot of focus is on the global stocktake, and quite rightly, because the global stocktake has to work. So, we are really keen to see a very clear and ambitious results emerge from the global stocktake that leads to more ambitious NDCs in 2025. And in particular, in terms of the signals that we want to see in the global stocktake, a clear signal that calls for rapid and ambitious emission cuts across all sectors of the global economy, including the phase out of fossil fuels within a just transition, within the framework of a just transition. We are keen to see greater recognition of the role and contribution that nature-based solutions, etc., can play in meeting the interlinked climate and biodiversity crisis. And we are keen also to see recognition and of the need for these greater operational synergies across all the three Rio conventions. I'd like to go back to this great report that Natalie has and other colleagues have published. Right now, the problem is that you have this conversation happening in three different places under three different processes with three different reporting systems, with multiple different instruments. And if you look at it from a developing country point of view, the reporting burden that having to report on what is essentially, very much the same element if you're talking of land or coastal or marine ecosystems is tremendously high. So the need for having these operational synergies, whether it's between the NBSAPs and the NDCs or the land degradation neutrality targets, I think is extremely hopeful. So a signal in that direction, I think, will be a signal, for the good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On that note, I think you will be positively surprised.
I would just like to agree with everything that you said about global stocktake. I would love to see the coming Montreal framework still there, and on the 12th, or maybe it'll be 13th of what month are we in? December. But I think building a bit on that, you said that there's three different frameworks, and especially for developing countries, it's a burden. And there used to be, and I'm not sure if it's still there, there used to be a joint liaison group that was working on exactly this. I think it would be great to see a group such as this one to kind of come together again, because I don't think they're active at the moment. I don't know if anyone else knows a bit more, but I think that something like that would be very, very useful in ensuring these synergies and facilitating the dialogues between these two frameworks. So, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Maya, for that. I assure you that group is still alive. There are still some ongoing efforts to strengthen these synergies, but at the end of the day, it's a party-driven process. So the parties decide if it's one Rio convention or three. That's what they decided in the Rio conference, that one of those as a framework convention and the others are just orphan conventions. And therefore, there are some semantics in the diplomatic world that are beyond my pay scale, so I can't really speak on that. Please join me in thanking our panel for a very rich engagement discussion, and also for Professor Natalie and the team who put together the primer. It's obvious that there is a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of understanding the science better and the options that it presents to us. because it's those options based on a science, based on evidence that help us strengthen the convergence between these areas. Noting that science is not only associated with biodiversity and nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based adaptation, but there is also a big discussion and investment, I might add, on industrial solutions. Some of them are quite scary, but we hope that our policymakers will be able to put together a framework that strengthens the convergence between both agendas. Thank you all very much for being with us today. Yay.
Right. Good morning, everyone. And thanks for making the time to be with us here today for this conversation about the link between nature, biodiversity, climate, where we are a year after the adoption of the Global Biodiversity Framework. We're really grateful, and thanks to everyone for coming along today. It's hot out there. We're still not quite figuring out which gate to go to, so we really appreciate everyone making the effort. Right, so I'm going to go down the line. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself when we go through, and I want to start with something quick fire, just 1 minute. So give me 30 seconds on something that you're feeling optimistic about in terms of nature and the role of this COP, and something that you might be feeling a little bit anxious about, concerned about as we face the final few days at COP. So please, you start first.
Thanks, Jason. I'm David Cooper, the Acting Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity. We're really pleased to see the COP presidency here, UAE, come together with the COP presidency of COP15, the Biodiversity COP, China, to launch this joint statement on the importance of linking action at country level on biodiversity and climate through NBSAPs and NDCs. What I'm anxious about is whether we get that sufficiently reflected in the official outcome text of the conference, the official conference itself.
Thank you. Hindu.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for having me. My name is Hindu Umaru Ibrahim. I'm from Chad, coordinator of Indigenous Women and People Association of Chad, and co-chair of the International Indigenous People Forum on Climate Change. But as being in the SDG Pavilion, as one of the SDG advocates, I think like the good things that I see between nature and climate is partnership. SDG 17, of course. So having nature in the heart of the climate negotiation, that's what it should be. And of course, as David said, how much outcome we are going to have into the decision. Is that going to be just outside or inside? How much the way forward on the implementation that we are going to put on the ground? So I'm really very concerned about it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Still just morning.
Still just morning. I'm called Aisha Siddiqa. I am from the Mochiwala people in Pakistan and positive nature. Actually, I'm going to pivot away probably from the COP.
Please do.
What I'm noticing on positive solutions is, in particular, rights of nature something to be articulated from the legal end. And the avenues with which rights of nature are being imagined are also quite innovative, from protecting mycelium networks to protecting grasslands to giving seeds. Recognition is going to allow us to preserve massive biodiversity. So I see a lot of hope in that. What worries me, however, is the idea that biodiversity, once lost, can be replaced. That we can sell or attribute numerical value to nature that is so complex, and we are not even aware of it, and then we can trade it like we trade carbon, and that's very worrying.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Manuel Pulgar Vidal. I am championing the action agenda within the CBD, but also working with WWF and used to be Minister of the Environment of Peru and President of COP20, the climate one. So, optimist because we have built good momentum to bring nature close to the climate debate. Optimist because we have seen nature being incorporated in the draft text of the global stocktake. So that is, for me, a key element. Optimist because we are all working towards promoting convergence within the two conventions, even with health, what it is so important. And all of that framed by the SDGs. Not worried, but still expecting some more. More action-oriented, concrete mandates to integrate the climate plans with the biodiversity plan. That means NDCs with NBSAPs. We're still expecting to have a better reference to nature-based solutions as a mechanism that can promote that integration, and still expecting to have more clarity that in case of all the transitions towards our climate objective, we should consider to avoid create any damage, any harm to nature. So that relation in between the two conventions, it is so key, not only to address the intertwined crisis, but to promote that strong alliance that we know it would be more effective.
Great, thank you very much. David, starting with you then, it's been almost a year since the adoption of the Global Biodiversity Framework. That was a moment that gave people pause for great optimism. I think we could just step back and remind everyone how significant what was achieved. And then reflecting on this being the first climate COP since then, what's the last year been like? What have the last couple of weeks been like because of that achievement last year?
Thank you. Yes, I think it was a momentous achievement, really a triumph for multilateralism to get everyone to come together to adopt the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework in Montreal last December. It's an incredibly ambitious framework. There's no doubt about that. Not only ambitious for nature, but I think ambitious in the way it addresses the multiple values of nature, as Aisha just illustrated in her response before, and in that it's underpinned by a human rights-based approach, recognizing the rights of Indigenous peoples, local communities, all people the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, and the need to engage everyone, whole of society, whole of government. So it's hugely ambitious. It now has to be put into action. Countries are busy developing their national targets, developing their NBSAPs, and we've just talked about the opportunity there of linking that process with the updating of nationally determined contributions that clearly will be needed in light of the stock take that's going on at this climate COP right now. I'm optimistic by seeing the take-up. We've seen governments, and not only ministries of environment, but across all sectors, show much more interest in this biodiversity plan than ever before. We've seen businesses take that up. We've got the development, for instance, through the Task Force on Nature-related Financial Disclosures of getting the finance sector engaged. We've seen already the establishment of a new fund, the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, and also key in that, the recognition that a good part of those funds must go to support communities, Indigenous peoples and local communities at the local level. We've got a lot more to do. We've got only 6 years to do it. Certainly also, there's an equal sense of urgency over addressing the climate crisis. If we don't address climate change, if we don't keep climate change within 1.5 degrees, it will simply not be possible to do what we've said in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, to bend the curve of biodiversity loss. Look at coral reefs. Even at 1.5 degrees, they're going to be severely damaged. At 2 degrees, they'll hardly survive, if at all. The difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees is huge. So we must have strong action on climate change. That can only be achieved with both a phase out of fossil fuels and strong investment in ecosystems for mitigation, but also for adaptation. Just one other note, I think the framework, as I mentioned, is comprehensive. I think this convention and the global community more generally could make better use of looking at that framework in terms of guiding climate action also, along the lines that Manuel was saying. The role of ecosystems in sequestering carbon is incredible and is really important. But we have to think beyond carbon as well. Firstly, of course, all the other benefits that people rely on ecosystems for, but also there are actually climate benefits beyond carbon. The Amazon forest, for instance, not only sequesters carbon, it cools locally the environment. Without that, the impacts of climate change would be worse. It creates moisture that feeds rainfall and sustains agriculture and livelihoods throughout the continent. And of course, we know it has a global significance. So we need to look at biodiversity beyond simply a carbon sink. We need to look at it at what it is, an interrelated living web of life.
Great, thanks so much. Hindu, your role as an SDG advocate, I'm wondering what you think the impact of the biodiversity framework has been at the sort of crucial halfway point for the Sustainable Development Goals, where we're off the pace from where we need to be. Have you noticed any impact from the kind of positive surge of energy that we got from the biodiversity framework? What are you seeing the impact of that at this COP?
So firstly, we are losing biodiversity species every single day. And we are not noting that maybe because when it comes to climate, when we have like a big floods or when we have a drought, so it's like more evidence for peoples. But being indigenous peoples living with the species every single day, we see the importance of this in our life. And when just to like used to be bite you in one season and this mosquito do not exist, it is the consequences in your life because it is ecosystem balance. So that's what we are seeing as indigenous peoples in all our ecosystems. So linking climate and biodiversity is so obvious for us. When you have floods, just think about which kind of species or how many of species that are getting flooded, or it is the drought, it is the same. So those kind of the consequences we are seeing on the ground and every single day. And when we have IPCC talking about 1.5, we have also IPBS, maybe who are not getting more attention, but who are also alarming on the millions of the species that we are losing. It's coming from a community or cattle helders. We are seeing no species of grass who are not good for cattle and who are not good for the environment. So all that, of course, we are very far to reach the SDG. So that's where it is very important to talk about the climate, biodiversity, but also partnership, also access to the water, access to health, etc. all together. So how holistically the world can take the action to reach the objective. So we have the biodiversity Kunming Montreal framework that highlights so many beautiful things, including the indigenous communities, the local peoples, the traditional knowledge, etc. About 28 agencies. And we have also on the finance there, that 20% of the revenue must go to the people who are protecting nature. But is that going to be concrete? Is that only the wording? So when we come to this climate day first days, we have a huge announcement on nature. So how the announcement on nature here in climate and then announcement on biodiversity can be merged together, how it can serve the same needs, how we can avoid the competitions of the resources for biodiversity. It is the same country that are putting the money. And it is the same people as indigenous peoples that we are going to climate negotiation, to the biodiversity, to the are you serious? Why you wanted to put us in this pathway? At least we have the same message when we go to all those climate biodiversity and desertification. But these parties do not have the same message, they do not have the same ambitions. And it's very worried me. As he said, they said that NBSAP, it is the same country who are going to do that. SDGs, it is the same country that are going to do that. Why the focal point on all these conventions and including SDG cannot sit together, elaborate a national plan who can help us to go to 1.5, preserve our natural ecosystem, indigenous peoples who are can play the roles to get that access finance for us, to get finance for them. We can have less finance, less energy, better coordination, and we can reach the SDGs. So what is lacking through all the collaboration or partnership, and they must inspire from the SDGs and look at what the 17 goals saying about the partnership. It's not only being in the panel together. When you talk, I talk, is through design to the implementations all the objectives.
Yeah, completely agree. We're talking about the connections across all these issues, and that is an operational plan for how we could actually start to deliver it. So we should take that away too. Aisha, actually, this flows on very naturally to the question I wanted to ask you. Your generation of young leaders, it's my impression, you can tell me this is wrong, are much more likely to talk about these issues holistically in the way that you did in your opening answer, that you see very naturally the linkages across climate, biodiversity, health, development. You're advising the Secretary General, part of the Youth Advisory Council. Do you see that sort of advice being taken up when you sort of talk about these issues without the divisions that Hindu is highlighting? Are leaders listening when you speak?
It's interesting that you asked me this question, and I'm very grateful you asked me this question because my first CBD was last year in Montreal, and I was invited by Gibbon, the Global Biodiversity Network, and they approached me in such a heartbreaking manner because they said, "No, Aisha, the climate space has so many champions, but we don't have that. And people aren't listening to us. So can you please come to the CBD?" And I was like, "Of course, I can come to the CBD." But the lack of attention that is being afforded to the youth at the Global Biodiversity Network, the lack of resources, the fact that these young people are not just only involved in negotiations, they are making edits in negotiations. They have mastered influencing, and they have built such strong networks. I learned from Gibbon. Um, so I don't think that the youth in the biodiversity space, with all due respect, are getting the kind of recognition and applause that they deserve. But in addition to that, this year is the first time the SG has a young person from the biodiversity space, my colleague Sefa, who is indigenous from the Philippines, and she brings the knowledge of indigenous peoples preserving fisheries and land. But to to uh, to clearly answer your question, are we seeing the relationship between biodiversity and climate clearly? And the answer is no, we're not. That's why the biodiversity folks come to the climate COPs, when in reality, we should be giving both equal respect. And we have to work on that. Like, it's the responsibility of the climate folks to work on that. That's what I believe.
I agree. Manuel, you've seen this issue from all sides as a minister, and afterwards. I'm wondering what you think about what you've just heard, and also without getting specific, we've had some silly debates over the last few months that have a much longer things about the role of nature, the role of trees, all of these things. Do you think we're starting to listen more to the voices that we're seeing here at this climate COP? How much more progress do we need to make?
Yeah, in some way, yes, we are progressing in bringing together conventions and objectives. And to take what Aisha has just mentioned, I think that we have to appreciate strongly the fact that with the GBF, in some way, we have completed a good framework to address the main crisis of the world. So we have the climate with the Paris Agreement, with a clear objective of net zero, 1.5, and resilience. Now we have all the goals and targets of the GBF, what it is fantastic. Some organizations are calling all of that a nature positive vision. But also we have the One Health approach. We shouldn't forget health because it is a key element. We are suffering a pandemic, and we have to address those kind of threats and risks to the world. So by having that vision, we are progressing for sure. But it is true, as Aisha has just mentioned, that we are still divided, that we have to develop avenues to bring more closer the actions, not only in the global arena, but in the domestic one. That is key. I am hoping soon to have at least a back-to-back talk, the biodiversity and the climate. That could be a good segue to then trying to integrate it even better. We hope Brazil could do it because still we don't have a host country for the COP29 in climate, nor for the biodiversity COP16. So let's see and let's evaluate. But and to do it domestically, I've already mentioned, we have to see how can we integrate in a more effective ways plans. Because look, for the global south, it is so important to promote effectiveness because sometimes countries are suffering of lack of resources. So by connecting NDCs, national adaptation plans, long-term strategy from climate with MBSAPs, we could promote that effectiveness. But let me finish by saying something. The GBS, or Global Biodiversity Framework, has brought a beautiful framework. It's a fantastic agreement. Why? Because it is an action-oriented framework. It is to implement. It is framed by the SDGs. So it is a connector, but also it has good goals, and also it is saying it must focus in protecting indigenous peoples, human rights. It must bring a gender approach. So it is a well-developed piece. What we do need is to bring that piece into our domestic implementation. And that means to continue insisting with leaders as Aisha, Hindu, David in the Secretariat, to continue pushing towards the fulfillment of those objectives. So I keep my optimism. We are not yet there in which we expect we must be, but I think that we are in the right direction. And by keeping that vision and by developing complementary tools, I am pretty sure that we will be every day more closer.
Just to your point, maybe next year is the years of the three conventions: biodiversity, climate, and the certification. All the three COPs going to happen. So maybe this is instead by complication, as we have David here. That is possible that to have a back-to-back climate and biodiversity COP from the UN level. This is going to work. I really am curious to hear from you.
So definitely we need to see more integration between all three Rio conventions. They were all born from the 1992 Rio conference. They're addressing essentially different facets of one interrelated problem, and they need to be addressed together. We'll have to see in terms of the hosts of the climate and biodiversity conventions where they are. But I think we need to look at all. Well, desertification we know is going to be in Saudi Arabia in December. The other two, of course, we hope to know actually very soon. But let's see. Definitely, we should look at all possible mechanisms to bring these together. Whether that's back to back, if that can be done, or through other mechanisms. I think we should explore all mechanisms. And certainly we know we hear from Brazil, who are going to host COP30 in the Amazon, that they very much want to focus on nature there. So that's another opportunity that we should look at. And while I've got the mic, I just want to also pick up on what Aisha said just a little while ago. The reason we have in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework references to intergenerational equity. The reason we have a very strong focus on gender responsiveness, women's land rights. The reason that we have reference to access to justice for environmental human rights defenders. All of these things is very much largely due to the efforts of GIBIN, the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, alongside the Women's Caucus and the Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities Caucus, IIFB. And I really just want to recognize that that's why we have a strong framework, because of the engagement of all these different sectors in the development of it. And the challenge now is that these voices are also equally heard when it comes to implementation.
Can I complement? In top of Hindu, there is this. In top of Hindu, there is this act now, and it is so. It's a beautiful picture. And it is so urgent because in climate, we've been talking about a decisive decade. And we are almost in the half of the decisive decade, and we are not on track. And when we think about 30 for 30, it's not just number, it is a time frame. And again, that means to fulfill with some objective by 2030. So we have to accelerate. And the only way to accelerate it is by bringing together the action. It is to act now by converging actions in between nature, climate, the certification. And again, I hope health, that in this COP, health has been better recognized in the climate debate. Something that started in Lima in 2014. when we developed a gender action plan and also a health, I don't remember the title, and brought into the climate debate health approach. And with that, we would be more able to address and to achieve the objective, the SDGs. But it is something that, again, the time frame is ending in 2030, if I am not wrong. So let's work with sense of urgency because we have objectives to fulfill and we cannot fail. If the process it is suffering of lack of credibility by now, kind of lack of credibility, if we failed, it could collapse. So the point it is that this is the time to act. It's a lot of emphasis.
Sorry to hijack your moderations, Rob.
Love it. Just keep going.
Yeah, these discussions that we wanted to have, really. You see how we are able to have it. And don't forget, society, we cannot jump COP29 and say, let's deliver in COP30. Aisha and all the folks, we say, like, we don't have time. Crisis. And why people are nice country that we are going with a nice government. Okay, 20 let's make it better. People, 29, 29 is so. We don't have action. We can make action on the COP plan. It's not going to change the life of people. So that's why we really need to have this COP. Aisha, that's what we said, right?
I mean, I since we're hijacking, might as well hop on the bandwagon. I'm 24 years old. This is my third COP. I started organizing at the age of 15. I've been organizing since for 6 years. Most of my youth has been spent on this. And frankly, I don't know how you guys do it, how many COPs you've been to, but I'm exhausted. The conventions are,
I am reflecting.
yeah, the conventions are important, but I wonder, how much of this is a farce and how much it's actually meaningful, with all due respect. 70,000 people at a conference like this is good, but the parties make the distinction. 100,000 is phenomenal. You get the people flying on their planes, and you get the hotels, and you get the $1 million pavilions. Lovely, but it doesn't solve the issue at hand. And this Coachella of COPs is like it's really frustrating. And to end this point, I think less of even the less of side events, man. Like, if the time spent on the panels was actually spent between China talking to the US and Russia talking to the US, maybe we'd get somewhere. Not and similarly with the biodiversity, the host countries, like Hindu was mentioning, facilitated a really phenomenal deliverance in Montreal, but the exact host country is preventing the mitigation work program from going through. It's hurting the global stocktake as well. So is it because in biodiversity they see money? Is it because in biodiversity there is capital gain? And in climate it's more difficult? I don't know. But honestly, it would be nice if we stopped COP at COP50. We really don't need more. we really don't need more. And I will retire in a year anyway, so.
Which means, I think, not only do we need action, COP29, we need action right at this COP. I mean, it seems as if it's close to the end of the COP, but actually most of the major decisions beyond the loss and damage fund are still to be taken. I think it's vital that all efforts are made really to get a strong set of decisions out of this COP. The evidence, the scientific evidence for where we are in terms of the global stocktake is clear. What we need to do is clear. We need to phase out fossil fuels, and we need to invest heavily in ecosystem for mitigation, for adaptation, for just providing what people need, the means of supporting life. So let's see action at this COP. It's still all to play for, I think, and we need governments that are now negotiating to live up to what needs to be done to implement the Paris goal of 1.5 degrees and also contribute to the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework goals and targets as well.
Do any one of you want to ask a question? Make my role more redundant, please, David. Yes.
So this is directly. Thank
you.
you.
Want to introduce yourself? I met you before.
Yes. My name is David as well. I'm representing the American Chemical Society by way of the Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institute, and I study molecular biology and environmental science. And specifically within the global stocktake, what would you guys like to see that will protect biodiversity, and not just investing in ecosystems for adaptation and mitigation? What exactly does that look like, and what should be in the text?
Can I begin? Is that okay? An equitable fossil fuel phase out will protect biodiversity. The end of extraction of oils and end of extraction of emissions will protect biodiversity. And it should be funded. An equitable fossil fuel phase out should be funded. I mean, to make more analogies, the amount of money that was spent to host this convention is not even near the amount of money that is in the loss and damage fund. And if we can get a funded phase out, especially for the global south countries, the amount of nature, species, land, water we can preserve is immense. Oil expansion, deep sea mining, it's hurting the oceans. It's hurting the fisheries. It's hurting the salmon. So to me, that is so obvious. I don't know if my colleagues have other very specific additions.
Totally agree with my younger sister here. Phasing out fossil fuel will help us to preserve biodiversity. And also, the just transition energy language in the GST has to be human rights based approach. We cannot just leave open door to exploitation of all the mineral that we need for the just transitions, because all those minerals are in the high spot biodiversity, who are the home of indigenous peoples. And those biodiversity places must be protected, not just like extract on the name of the just transitions energy. And again, when we do that, it's like for electric cars, electric car for indigenous peoples. I don't see that. Electric car for the developing countries. Electricity. How you can afford the electric car to travel there is going to be again the repetition of making the global north more richer and then more advanced and leave the global south behind. And are on the global south and on indigenous people's land. So it have to be right-based, just right-based approach, justice, equitables on all the just transitions on the GSTs. And when you look at the language inside there, the language of human rights. So like what's happened? The language of gender, so the bracketed woman, like indigenous women as appropriated. I'm like, may you just explain to me what is appropriate, what is not appropriate when you talk about the knowledge holders there. And then the next day, like the language disappeared. So that's what we wanted to have indigenous too. It is like complete actionable plan that we wanted to have with a great outcome, not just like one word.
And let me complement, fully agree with fossil fuels phasing out, because as I heard some days ago, when we think about adaptation or even loss and damage, biodiversity damaging, all of that, it is reflecting an externality of failure of mitigation actions. That is key. That is fully true. And IPBES told us years ago, climate change it is one of the drivers of nature loss, and that is why a clear, concrete, and strong phrase to phase out fossil fuel and not to play with the language of unabated and CCUS and just coal and subsidies. No, phase out of fossil fuels, it is key. But there are also some expectation to have action-oriented clauses or paragraph in the global stock trade to promote to bring nature more close to the NDCs. And that means to recognize that we have the 30-for-30. Even more, we have the IPCC 30-for-50 suggestion in the sixth synthesis report to make something about nature-based solution because it has been already recognized in the COP27. To recognize that also we do need to mobilize financial resources for nature and those kind of clear actions because if not, we will see again strongly weak indices that won't put the world well on track to achieve the climate and nature objectives.
Great. David, you want to say anything else before we wrap up?
Just to really fully agree with everything that's just been said, and yeah, specifically to invite parties to use the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework as they update their NDCs, looking at those multiple values, all those different values of biodiversity. So yes, contributing to mitigation through carbon, but also contributing to adaptation. Hindu earlier was talking about floods and droughts, and of course we've seen more floods, more droughts, we've seen more wildfires recently. These are attributed to climate change, rightly. The intensity and frequency of these are increasing because of climate change, but they're also increasing because of land degradation, because of degradation of biodiversity. Logged over forests are more susceptible to fires. The Hawaiian Islands were more susceptible because of invasive alien species. So we need to protect biodiversity also for adaptation. And beyond that, we need to recognize the non-carbon climate benefits of biodiversity, of functioning ecosystems as well. We need essentially to move beyond potentially carbon accountants to be looking at how to manage the planet and the whole web of life.
We'll wrap up and thank you. I know as Aisha made the point, there's lots of panels, there's lots of things going on around here. But this was a conversation that mixed optimism with progress that's been made with a place of biodiversity and nature with some direct reflections about where we are and what we have to do over the next few days. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, David, for your question. And thanks to the SDG Pavilion for hosting us. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, friends and colleagues. First of all, apologies for starting a little bit behind schedule, but we're here now and we're going to start. We're having a conversation. It's more than 11 days now. We've gathered here in Dubai for COP28. And we, as young people, understand some of the challenges that we've faced. But we're not going to talk about the COP mainly, but we're going to focus our conversation on the SDGs. And special thanks to the SDG Pavilion for giving us this opportunity and this platform. We're having a conversation just like I earlier mentioned. So there are no, it's going to be an interactive session with our panelists and our audience as well. Before we start, permit me to welcome on stage as well Dr. Augustine Jamshi, who will be joining us as our final panelist. Over there, Doctor, please. Yeah. Thank you. A round of applause, please. So today we're looking at strengthening the role of youth in decision and NDC implementation. We all know that the SDGs is divided into 5 pillars. For those who don't know, you're going to know today. We have the people, planet, prosperity, partnership. On this panel today, we have those who have supported young people, and we also have young people who are driving conversations at the grassroots level. So I'm just going to pass the mic round for us to get to know who is on this panel in this conversation, and then we'll come back to have our next round of questions. So I'll start from my left.
Good afternoon, everybody. Felicia Davis, founder of the HBCU Green Fund. We work with Black colleges and universities in the U.S. and with young organizers across Africa. My favorite SDG is number 6, and we'll get back to that later.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Good morning. This is Pius Oko. I'm from Nigeria. I'm the focal person for African Coalition for Sustainable Energy Access, as well as also the executive director for Eco Steward and Humanitarian Foundation. It's a pleasure. I'm also a researcher. Thank you.
Your favorite goal, SDGs?
I think for me, I think education speaks it all. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Clodagh Byrne. I'm the Climate Resilience Lead for VSO International, and we work through volunteers across multiple countries, over 23 now. And I can't choose, I mean, obviously climate, SDG 13 is quite important, so that's why we're all here. But our volunteers are actually implementing all of the SDGs as we speak. So more on that later.
Perfect. Yes.
Augustine is my name. I am a co-founder and chair of political and technical affairs of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. At the same time, the executive director of the African Coalition for Sustainable Energy and Access. I am glad to be here seeing old comrade Felicia. We met in 2009 in Copenhagen. I don't know where most of you were. I'm not sure you know anything. Our struggle when we met in Copenhagen, we've been together up to now. And I really appreciate sitting on the panel with you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Augustine. So we're going to move to the next round of questions. So for my question to Felicia, remember it's a conversation. And Felicia is one person I met who is also mobilizing support for young people and also connecting the dot between Black African American and also the African continent. Felicia, in terms of strengthening the role of young people that you have also been supporting in the last couple of years, what challenges have you seen that you think we can have a conversation around that will assist us in achieving maybe 50% of the target and indicators as contained in the 17 SDG goals? I think our panelists, our participants would like to hear your perspective about that funding support in strengthening engagement as well for young people?
That's a big question. So young people are people, right? And young is very much relative, right? So I don't give you a pass because you haven't been around as long as I have. I have expectations. And if you are the majority in the space, for me, myself, I just wish you would act like it. And so when I see these young people with all of your gadgets and things going around saying, the youth want this, the youth want that. I don't go around saying old people want anything, right? And it's not a function of age, just where we are the most, we act like it. Now you are the majority, and it's time you act like it. So in organizing young people, you already have power. So I'm just a reflection. I'm trying to be a mirror. To say, you have the power, right? You can reframe the dialogue. The SDGs give you a great framework because you're not missing any of the elements you need to pay attention to. I started out saying number 6, wife, because if you educate girls, you educate the world. So it brings in your education and brings in gender. And so I just have that happens to be my favorite because it also could massively reduce carbon. So you could have your climate piece. But we won't get any of it if you keep business as usual. So for the young people in this conversation, and it is a conversation, so it's not just mics passed around up here. While I was with my good brother from Pacha in '09, I started in 2000. But when I started, I brought youth to COP with me in The Hague. So it's always been a road because I've always known this is a problem that is generational, right? It will extend past your youth. And so that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Felicia. But Pius, before you jump on, because we're also looking at strengthening the role of youth in decision, and this is where I would like to jump to Dr. Augustine. In decision making, you have, and as the chair for political affairs, this is where you need to get young people understand the decision making processes. Even though you've been in this space, I'm also aware that recently you're beginning to support young people in calling for more than doubling of adaptation finance. Because for us in Africa, and also if you look at the SDGs, one of the P's that stands for a planet, you would also find conversations around adaptation in that particular P because it has some of the goals on the SDGs. So as young people, how can we strengthen our political conversation in terms of influencing spaces? With YAF as well, I'm aware. Also one of those alumni for YAF. A very amazing conference with a call. How can young people advance that particular call to influence spaces in achieving some level of success for the SDGs?
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much. I just want us to have some few things here clear. Having been in this space for almost 30 something years, we have been through various phases in the African civil society movement. From the beginning, they took civil society as an arm of the opposition. And we made ourselves to be seen sometimes as we are being manipulated, although we are not really that manipulated. Today, in our own days as youths, most of the time we never organize things like this. It was organized by others, well-meaning others, but when they would have put everything in place, they needed a black face to sit on the table to decorate it so that it will not just be some other faces. Then you sat there as a decoration. I'm happy today the African youths are taking the things into their own hands. I've told you, your participation in climate decision making or environmental decision making is not a favor. It is a right. These rights are enshrined in Principle 10 of the Rio Declaration, which says sustainable development can only be attained if citizens have access to information, participate in decision making, and have access to justice when these rights are infringed upon. We're talking about sustainable development goals. You cannot do that without this Principle 10 of the Rio Declaration. You need to know it is your right to participate. If you look at Article 6 of the Convention itself, it talks about participation, taking leadership. You look at Article 12 of the Paris Agreement, it's about participation, taking leadership. So what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? It's not a favor. It's a right as well as a duty. So I think putting the youth first is because Mitika is here. We're facing out. I could barely walk well from the Angolan pavilion to here, although I move faster than you. I noticed that. But you'll not be seeing these faces for a long time. So the ball is in your court. Know that you have a right to participate in decision making, and you have a duty to participate effectively and make things work. SDGs, climate decision making, every other thing cannot take place without effective participation. And I'm calling on the African youths. The Latin Americans had that Principle 10 treaty in their own region. The Europeans had the Aarhus Convention. We have been campaigning to have an African, type of Aarhus Convention in the continent. We've met with a lot of resistance from our governments. As you know, you should not bow down. This should be a no-nonsense generation. Your participation is a right. So don't be grateful. Be appreciative, but don't be too grateful because you have to participate and effectively do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A lot of insight there. And I like the way you have also stressed on um, Principle 10 as well. And I think a lot of young people who have also passed through your tutelage would be very happy to hear that. And I like the fact that you're saying that it's our right. And understanding that it's our right would also strengthen the kind of request and engagement we tend to have. So without wasting time, I'm going to move to Clodagh. Pius, you're going to come last. I'm going to move to Clodagh. We're also looking at the conversation of strengthening the role of youth in the NDCs and also the SDGs. And I'm aware that as the resilience lead at VSO, you have supported a lot of young people across the Philippines, a couple of other countries on the African continent. Can we also hear in a few minutes how VSO under you have been able to do this so we have a conversation?
Yeah, well, VSO work with youth. We work with youth at community level. So, for example, Bangladesh, we're working with over 50,000 youth in youth clubs. Similar in Malawi, where my colleague Wezi is from, she's here with us today. We work with hundreds of thousands of youth at community level, where the power that you mentioned, we actually see we've established youth platforms in multiple countries as well. We're working with over 12 youth platforms on climate action. And the reason I said SDG 13 is one of my favorite goals is it opens up space for this decision making and redressing some of these imbalances of power. What we found is a very effective strategy to engage youth in decision making is climate adaptation planning, which is what NDCs call for. They're what most national climate strategies call for. We know there's a huge gap, 10%, less than 10% of funding is getting down to community action. However, most of the action's happening at community level. So we feel that action planning in communities, in schools, even in health centres, our youth are leading action planning in health centres as well, is a really good interface with decision makers. But what it does, it brings most marginalised groups within communities into a decision-making process. It helps youth identify what resources that they want to conserve and develop for the future. Action planning, climate adaptation planning, risk assessment action planning processes help us take a holistic approach to what vulnerabilities need to be addressed within communities, within schools, ensure that active citizenship is happening, that the communities and committees who are already in that space take decisions about what actions they need to take to ensure that they are addressing climate change. But not only that, they can present action plans to local governments who it's their duty to implement climate adaptation. We know that. We know that most of the funding will hopefully come down to local level. A lot of it will be going through local government. Most national determined commitments and climate strategies identify local government as that key duty bearer. So by engaging youth and vulnerable groups within communities in climate adaptation planning at local level, in schools, in communities, we have community-owned plans that should be shaping local government climate adaptation plans. And in reality, that will be most of the national climate strategies will be implemented through these plans. So we're seeing it as quite transformative. We've been working with local government in Nigeria, in the Philippines, and Nepal, and we see the relationship starting to change. We see local government actually starting to commit to actions being identified by youth. And we're starting to see funding coming into youth-led projects. For example, in Philippines, we had quite a lot of funding going into mangrove replantations in coastal areas, which were identified by youth as a priority. So I think I've hit on health SDGs, education SDGs, inclusion SDGs, and that's where we see SDGs are actually already being implemented through these climate adaptation planning processes.
Thank you, Claudia. I like the part that you laid emphasis on community strategy. And Pius, you understand why I also decided to make you come. We do a bottom-top approach kind of conversation. You, as an alumni of the second cohort of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, and I'm aware you also are deeply rooted with community project, uh, community engagement, and we're having a conversation on strengthening the role of youth. We also want to hear your perspective from the grassroots level, some of the wins that you have had in terms of strengthening engagement with youth at the local level. Claudia had mentioned that we're beginning to see funding. Do you also agree that funding are also coming down to strengthen the work you do at community level? Let's hear your perspective in general before we have a 1-minute round again.
Okay, thank you, Lucky, and also thank you to the pre-wisdom existing panelists for also for the platform actually from the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance to YAF and also VSO for those opportunities that have given youth like myself and also keeping the advancement and also positioning us in this stage. Like my boss Augustine has earlier said, the issue with the youth, one I think is the aspect of data divide. I call it that, and that's what I mean by that is that a lot of skills, young people with skills, but not advancing because of they are not being showcased. Some in the local communities where, of course, these innovations are, but don't even have internet to have the products or those skills being known. It's a big issue, and that is where also the awareness aspect comes into be. Because we need to also create that platform, especially to schools, and that's some of the things that we've been doing in Nigeria, creating awareness in schools, going back to the local people in those stages, and also trying to advance the component of SDG. What does it really mean? what are also the components of the impact, especially with regards to issues of climate change, and also how can we, as a people or as youth, innovatively use those skills, especially to break or let's say help in the achievement or implementation of the SDG. I think that's the biggest issue. Then also the issue of implementation, especially with youth, we know we're still struggling with that, the issues of representation. If not for that support that we are beginning to see from our big brothers and sisters, especially those that have led the struggles earlier, like Justin was mentioning earlier, we have been facing those challenges here as youth. If you go to the negotiation room, you see what I'm talking about, where young people are not there. So the perspective of young people definitely will be missing in the agenda or in decision making at that aspect. And so we want that even representation as youth, as a power that we know, being that we are the majority, so that power need to also advance in the decision making room. So that aspect of representation needs to also break also even. And the support. These skills need support, especially resources, advance. And so if we can have resources champion to youth, to young people, and also recognize youth-led initiatives, because those are very important aspects, because that will serve as a motivation for young people to also advance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pius. You have drawn us to a couple of issues, including the challenges of data, access to internet connectivity for community-based youth. And we've established on this conversation that we have just 7 years to the expiration of the SDGs, and we're having this conversation at the SDG Pavilion. While we were having the conversation, we also had the privilege to have the Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance join us, Dr. Mitika Mwenda, on the African continent and the global south, has also really supported young people through the initiative of one of the platform that is organizing this particular conversation. So I would like to put you on the spot as well. We also want to hear your perspective. Please get your questions and reactions and to any of the panelists and even Dr. Mitika. We just want to hear you. Give us perspective of how you've been able to support young people, strengthening their engagement at the regional level, and then empowering them to be agents of policy influence at the national level in their state, in their countries. If there are examples of young people also who through your support as well have been able to cause some change, we also want to hear, given the fact that the SDG is elapsing in 7 years' time. Thank you, Doctor.
So yeah, so thank you very much, and let me applaud you for organizing this event. For Pacha, ours is to act as a catalyst. So we just catalyze a process, and through that, we leave people to find their own bearing. And these youth self-organized initiatives, like what you are doing here, is very, very important. I want to paint some illustration. If you find a herd of cattle, and all of them are the mature cows and the bulls, without heifers and without the little ones following them. There is no future in that hand, isn't it? And so that is how it is, even with the work which we do. When you find in a process that there is no children, like the ones I've found here, like the children event which we had yesterday, and like what we are doing here with the young people, then the future is doomed. And so you are working on an issue like climate change. The ambitions, everything which we are actually the projections are not today, is either 2030 or 2050. In fact, attaining net zero we project to attain it in 2050. So that is the journey. So among the people who are negotiating here, you can just tell me how many of them will be witnessing that if we do not put the young people. Just to continue with that conversation, because this is a conversation about the future of humanity and the future of the planet, health of the planet. And so, for us as PAGJA, we took a very deliberate, direction. We asked ourselves, yes, we have a strong movement in Africa. We are promoting North-South collaboration with HBCU, for instance, and the other initiatives, networks in United States, Europe, and those others. But we realize that there is a missing link. The change, which you can only initiate in Africa. By the way, majority of the population in Africa now, from that 5 years and below, I think 60%, 70% is the fall within that category. That's the age of the youth. And so if we want to change, and the change which is very difficult as of lifestyle change, for instance, the mode of consumption, production, and consumption in the continent, for instance, thinking out of the box, because some of us, some of the older people are very rigid. They will never change. And so it's incumbent upon to the young people. The liberation movement in the 60s, which liberated our fathers and forefathers, who liberated us. Because even this is a war of liberation, economic liberation, because this, what we are addressing, is really has been caused by, our kind of development. So we need to liberate ourselves from that economic colonialism. Who else will do that than young people? When in our countries we want to call upon the movements which are emerging, even overthrow of governments and those others, they are driven by, I'm not advocating for the unconstitutional overthrow of governments, but you find that most of them look is young impatient, because unemployment is quite a big issue. You go to school, your parents take you to school. At the end of the day, you go back, they sold your land so that you can, but you find that because of the systems which have been established, you are not able even to even be of any meaning to your community, to your household, to your parents who have aged and they sold everything. You see? So these are very important questions. He said the SDGs, whether it is climate change, which I believe that has impact in all the SDGs, we really need to work. And so I think moving forward then, I'm very happy now going to the cohort 4 of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. We have nurtured an initiative which really puts a lot of promise to young people of Africa. I'm very happy here that those out of maybe all the youths, 100 youths who you can see here, I can bet 50 are from Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. We did not support them as PAGJA, all of them. But because we exposed them, we opened their eyes, they have been able to create networks and linkages, and then they continue with the spirit. That is what we need to do to inspire. It's not to give you a carrot. No. It is really to give, not to give you a fish. No. It is to teach you how to fish. And then you can go. We are very relieved. I was asking, in fact, I'm surprised Agustin is here. Because he told me today I want to rest. I am sure that we are taken care of. Our young people are doing what I was supposed to do. We could not actually very tired because we were only alone with him throughout this decade. But now we are very happy that now I can relax, you know. I was being pushed actually by me, can please come to the meeting. So that's how it is beautiful. And once we are contributing, is not, these are the things, and you know, you give them responsibility. These are things which are practical. We want to inspire the world. We're not able, we cannot be able as our Africa, even if we mobilize the whole of Africa, we cannot do anything. We need North-South collaboration. That's why my sister, I'm very happy she's here. We need really to see how we can work and learn from each other, HBCU, other network. We know it is doable. We can change the world. I'm sure we can change with this movement. We can change the world. So thank you very much, and I have a lot of confidence. Count on me and my brother every time you think about what to do. We're behind you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mitika, for that very clear, practical example. And while Dr. Mitika was speaking, he also mentioned one of the SDGs which is of concern to young people, employment. If I think that's SDG 8, decent jobs that we need to create. You would also listen from his illustration how Pakcha has been able to empower and strengthen young people to even advance the conversation. From the last count I received, over 102 alumni of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice have made their way to COP28, and he has just stated without support from Pakcha. So their mindset, we spoke, and Pius mentioned how we needed to provide that enabling environment. And I'm sure most of them are from grassroots communities. We're going to go one round more because we are running out of time. You're in 2 minutes each. You're going to tell our participants, leaving COP28, how can we sustain the momentum that we've strengthened, the young people that have been strengthened, as we look forward to 29. Felicia, you might speak, starting from funding, and also some of the takeaways that you've also had from COP in itself in 2 minutes.
Sure. Really, the way that we HBCU Green Fund got in this space is Black colleges and universities, wherever they might be, but particularly in U.S., huge anchor, right? They're larger than our individual organizations, so an anchor for resources. I just want to note that. HBCU Green Fund has, for the last 2 years, had a free virtual conference where we had 5-minute presentations online from all across sub-Saharan Africa and a little bit from the diaspora. That was because coming out of COP26, I was determined that the world would see that young people in Africa are already doing work, right? So now we wanted to have our first in-person pre-COP African American Youth Climate pre-COP Summit, and we will have that in Dakar, Senegal, because we have an office there and because we can flow resources. My goal, HBCU Green Fund goal, is to connect young people throughout the diaspora, where it's resource richer, with young people in Africa to enable problem solving. So the question came up about employment. As long as there's work to be done, there's the potential for employment. It is then all about organizing, right? And if we're not organized, we can't get anything. And even if we do get something, we won't keep it. So the moment, as A. Philip Randolph said, nature is no respecter, right? At nature's banquet table, there are no preferred seats. You get what you can organize. In order to get anything, you must organize. And in order to keep it, you must be organized. So that's my message, my approach. And of course, working with colleges and universities, the SDGs are critical to moving an agenda, even more so than just the overarching climate. So you have to give institutions, they need their silos. SDGs present silos in a way that can be worked. So with my 2 minutes, I would say the pre-COP African American Youth Summit will be in Dakar, Senegal in June. We understand that we will probably be in Bonn in the beginning of June, so we'll be in Dakar the end of June. That will be a mobilization of African and African American youth leadership. So it'll be young people coming that are representing networks because we must have organizers. ACTA, for whatever it did, complement organizers. Liberation movement going forward happens only with organizing. Last thing is, all of you can stop looking for jobs. There's plenty of work to do. If you need a job, even but stop looking to be employed. Why? Look to be employed. You know, my grandmother lived 100 years. Her thing was, don't tell me you got a job. Tell me you gave a job. Don't tell me you got a job. Don't look for a job. Make a job. Figure it out. So that's just being here. And yeah, I do want to rest. Guys are young to me. Bucks is young to me. So they're young to me. So I want to rest, but I'm just going to, my last words I want to say how beautiful the vision is. I have that Martin Luther King moment. I may not get there with you, but I've been there and I've seen it. And that moment belongs to Africa. It belongs to Africa. So with that, we're good.
Okay, thank you. I think, sorry. Yeah, for me, I think you can see the passion of young people with representation here. And I think we are just not here to participate, but I think the enthusiasm is for us to change the narrative. And if we're to achieve SDG, if we're to achieve the climate target, then young people are here and we want to take action. And for us to take action, we need more support. We need more representation of young people, especially supporting the initiative and skills of young people that we carry. And those are the innovations that we need to drive the process. Thank you.
I guess echoing the need to really harness the capabilities we have already and the changes we're seeing, and making sure that there is the support, the funding available for those to be scaled. So for us, we're going to be definitely continuing to engage youth in adaptation planning in communities, in schools, but it's not the money's not flowing, and the opportunities aren't flowing. We need to unblock a lot of things for adaptation to be localized, for finance to be localized. We are digitizing, so we're working with youth to digitize evidence and what the needs are. And loss and damage, we haven't even got to mention that. We see that eroding all the SDG gains. So we've been working with you to document what's happening, what are the needs for loss and damage funding on the ground, because we see the capability being displaced, we see the trauma, we see the lack of access to education happening. So we need loss and damage funding yesterday. We need to reach to the ground so we don't disrupt education, we don't disrupt this capability, but we also need adaptation to start happening quickly and scale up so youth can really engage and leverage on their capabilities.
Thank you. I just want to say 3 things. One, we have 7 years to go for SDGs. In the 70s and the early part of the 80s, we used to hear health for us, for all by the year 2000. We never knew that that year 2000 would come. It is 23 years gone. Okay? Do we have health for us, for all in Africa? Our generation can be forgiven because we are told you'll be leaders of tomorrow. And tomorrow has never come. We are retiring. But not yours. if we don't achieve the SDGs by this time in 7 years, don't blame anybody, blame yourselves. That's an assignment. Number two, the Nairobi Summer School this year will on a higher gear. You discover when the time comes, everything is being put in place to make it even more advanced. For the cohorts, fourth cohort that will be coming, you will discover that it is on a higher gear. And those of you who have been the last three cohorts, you will still be part of it because you are together. Okay? One thing that Pakja has achieved for the continent is this unity of purpose among his sons and daughters. And I think I see in the alumni, actually peep at your postings on the cohorts, and I lay back and I can smile. Africa is now speaking in one voice. We might not have been heard up till now, but somebody must hear us. Stick together. Be the keeper of each other. In a struggle, don't backstab. You have issues with your brother or sister, talk with them. Because the adversary is roaming just to see these little gaps that exist to exploit them. So have that spirit, African spirit, be each other's keeper. At least you've seen that in us. That's why we are here today. The third thing, your FAFA 2024 will be different. It will be taking place in Lomé, Togo, West Africa, but the training will start in the first quarter of next year. Your FAFA is Youth Forum on Adaptation Finance in Africa. It will be very practical. People will understand it as the time goes. So let's stick together. We have all it takes to succeed on this continent. And I thank you, my sister Felicia. You are going nowhere.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Augustine. Thank you, Clodagh. Thank you, Pius. Thank you, Felicia. We've been told that if we don't achieve the SDGs by 2030, we blame ourselves as young people. And special thanks to the SDG Pavilion for giving us this opportunity. We hope to strengthen this conversation and see you at COP29. Thank you. And thank you.
So I just want to say a round of applause for Lucky, who really, really worked tirelessly to pull this together. And it's no small thing to arrive at COP and get a side event. So I am like, bro, he's the man. Thank you.
Afternoon. Thank you for coming. This is a side event entitled Tackling Climate Change for Sustainable Livelihood in Island and Coastal Communities. My name is Masanori Kobayashi, Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. At this COP28, we have been addressing the sustainable ocean challenges and how we can really adapt to climate change impact to promote sustainable livelihood. We are very pleased to have distinct panelists to join us in the dialogues. And definitely, this is a part of the step we have to take to tackle climate change and also promote our sustainable livelihood. First, I would like to invite panelists who are shown in this program to be seated in front, and then maybe we just try to promote a kind of dialogues among us with the audience to see what are the really observed and projected impact of climate change and how we can really promote sustainable livelihood, particularly through sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. And we really have a great pleasure to have Dr. Manutuba Tapuru-Sen, Director General, Pacific Forum Fishery Agency, who is one of the leading experts and leader in the Pacific regions to promote sustainable fisheries. May I invite her to be seated in the middle, and we will start with her remarks. For other colleagues, can you take a seat in front, and maybe we will start our dialogues. So first, I'd like to invite Dr. Manumataba Tupu-Rusen, Director General, Pacific Fishery Agency. We call her Manu, and thank you indeed for coming over to share with us how you have observed so far the impact of climate change on the fishery sectors and actions that you are supporting in the Pacific regions to achieve sustainable fishery in the Pacific Island countries. Manu, please take a floor.
Thank you very much, Masanori, and really appreciate the opportunity for FFA from the Pacific to share our story on the impacts of climate change on our tuna fisheries. What the science is telling us is that it's going to impact it in two ways, in terms of the abundance of our tuna fisheries and in terms of distribution. So science is also saying that in terms of the predicted shifts in tuna biomass from the Western Pacific, where a lot of it covers our Pacific countries, to the Eastern Pacific. In addition to that, the science is telling us that there is predicted shift of biomass from our exclusive economic zones into the high seas. If we stay on track with a high emission scenario, this means a 20% loss of tuna biomass from our national jurisdictions into the high seas. If we are getting back on track with achieving 1.5, this means that 20% loss is reduced to 3%, which is still a loss to us. And it's significant because for our Pacific countries, as you would have heard from a lot of our leaders and officials during the past week or so, our fisheries are a lifeline for us. We are 96% ocean. It is important for food security, livelihoods, economic development. For many of our countries, it's such an important source of government revenue. For 5 of our countries, this is how important it is. It provides over 40% of their government revenue. And for all of our countries, it provides over $900 million in export earnings. So those impacts from climate change are significant. And I've highlighted them at a national and regional level for the Pacific, but I also want to make this point because it's important for the world. From our 17 member countries, we provide a third of the world's global supply of tuna. It is the largest tuna fishery in the world. It is also the best managed tuna fishery in the world, with all 4 major stocks biologically healthy. So it is a concern for us. in our home, Pacific home, and we believe it's also a concern globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Manu. We have colleagues from Pacific regions, and maybe it's good to listen to Uri Luzi, artist and environment advocate, Kingdom of Tonga.
What a privilege. And I just want to acknowledge every protocol, so the two Afatu, and to speak after the scientists and also our, you know, it's a privilege. My position is an artist and also as an environmental advocating about environment. How important culture and heritage, and what would for me personally, our culture and heritage is our ocean. And if the Arctic keep melting, we are sinking. So with that note, apart from the sea temperature and also the movement of the global trend of how the tuna will go somewhere else because it's getting warmer in the Pacific, and also with that, my position of myself of being here is to acknowledge the fact the importance of the ocean. It's our culture and it's our heritage. As our king deliver our national statement, the ocean is us and we are the ocean. In other words, I could just say what Professor Abeliha offer state clearly one of his famous quotes: "The ocean does not divide us; it's uniting us all. Our differences it's what unifying us." Hello.
Thank you, Uri, and definitely the oceans. If there are some adverse impacts in one areas and one districts, then of course it will adversely affect the other part of the ocean as well, as you articulated that the oceans are connecting us and not really dividing us. I have a pleasure to also introduce to you Mr. Londi Ronnie, acting chief Eco. Paradise, Republic of Palau. Thank you. And your president, Sarangani Whips Jr., was here for the last week, and he was advocating this increased actions, collective actions for tackling climate change and achieving sustainable ocean, including sustainable fisheries. How you have observed the discussion so far, and what is happening in Palau in terms of climate change impact and its relationship with sustainable fisheries. Ronnie.
Okay. Good afternoon, and it is an honor to be here to be joined with all our fisheries protectors. For me, I work in the government media. We're very we're funded by SUPA, which is Scaling Up Pacific Adaptations. I don't know if you've heard of that, to fight climate change. But we work very closely with the president, and I apologize, my voice is, I'm already losing my voice from all the talking, but for sure, I like how you were saying, how much it impacts uh, our Pacific nations. Most importantly, from my perspective as a media person, I feel that sometimes it also doesn't get sort of reflected outside of Palau, how important it is. And a lot of people usually just bluntly ask, like, how climate change impacts Palau. And I think, it is definitely sort of, it's like saying, how has your house been burned down? You know, you don't just ask somebody, how has your house been burned down? When our fisheries are affected, it's literally like our house has been burned down. These are our lifeline. These are our ways of, if it's not import, it's ways of, or export, it's not, it's ways of life. So for sure, from my media perspective, we try as much as well to communicate those impacts to people outside on how it impacts our lives. Um, for our fisheries in Palau, from what I've heard, is that uh, we're trying to uh, do more better measurement. I think they're trying to scale down the measurement to more of a national level, so that way we can uh, find out more about what the impact is with fisheries.
Thank you, Rondi. And then I guess we will also listen to our colleague from Africa. We see how the climate change has been affecting the fisheries. And let me invite Mr. Amin Abdullah, Warden in charge, more impacts on the reserve, United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ocean Policy Research Institute, for organizing this an honor to be with a great speaker in the podium. In Western Indian Ocean, I mean, I'm coming from a small island called Mafia Island, and I'm managing 4 marine protected areas. Those people and the coastal community, the coastal community in Tanzania, it supports almost 25% of the population living along the coast. And in the island, people are more vulnerable to climate change, and the fisheries may have been affected, and the livelihood of the people also have been affected. So what do we do? Really is to try to mitigate and finding a way of people to have a livelihood, such as we have introduced not only for climate change seaweed farming, but also for livelihood, giving the community more power, especially women, which are involved in the seaweed farming. So we introduced that one. We also build the capacity, and we connect seaweed farmers with business communities so that they can take over and assuring their market, but also value addition to the seaweed farming. This is one way to sustain the livelihood of the coastal community on that island, but also to support the fishery and to take out people, not to take out people, but also to reduce the pressure on the reef and everything. And we have seen now, usually they used to do a seaweed farming along the shores for warming up of the seas. Now they are trying to go further in the deeper waters in order to make sure that the seaweed farming are not affected. This is one way of trying to mitigate and also adopt with the effect of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, and it's not that fishermen's losing its catch, but they have to spend more time. They have to go farther. They have to go farther to harvest seaweed, harvest fish, and definitely it increases the workload and also adversely affecting particularly women as well. Thank you for pointing out that issues. May I invite Associate Professor Abin GSF, Chairman, Department of Fishery, Aquaculture Science, University of Liberia.
Thank you, Observe, and I'm honored to be seated among the experts in the marine space. So I'm from Liberia, west coast of Africa, and of course, fisheries is important to the economy of Liberia in terms of food, livelihood security, revenue for the government, and a lot of people can base their life on the fisheries, as is the case for our countries that border the ocean. But the point is, climate change threats such as sea level rise, which in a way causes frequent coastal erosion, is kind of directly affecting the fisheries infrastructure, displacing residents in Liberia, and also damaging critical facilities that the fisher use for processing their catch and other stuff from the ocean. Thank you. And extreme weather conditions such as storms is also kind of destroying fishing inputs such as the boats that the fishers use, their fishing gear, and also they are taking away lives of the fishermen. And ocean acidification is also kind of impacting on the fisheries in terms of the catch levels. We've seen that from empirical analysis that the catch of the fishermen over the recent past decade has been decreasing, and that in itself we think is as a result of the kind of changing climate and ocean that we are now aware of. And what that means is that it does not only affect the marine ecosystem, but then also it affect the livelihood of the coastal fishing dependent community that depend on the marine resources. So there are a number of measures that the government of Liberia has been implementing, kind of implement some kind of nature-based action for kind of remedy the kind of situation that we're experiencing. For example, in terms of the sea level rise, Liberia has been implementing measures such as the construction of seawards and other coastal protection infrastructure for the early warning system. Liberia has been for what do you call it? Uh, extreme weather conditions. Liberia has been implementing early warning system and also improve disaster preparedness. And then for the ocean acidification, Liberia has been kind of implementing judicial fisheries management to kind of solve some of the problems that we are facing as a result of the changing climate and ocean. Thank you.
Thank you, Arvin. And I see some common elements between Pacific Island countries, Asia and Africa. Many communities depend on the fisheries, but at the same time, increased disasters, velocity of typhoons, rainstorms that are also affecting. And the question is how we can really protect our land, but at the same time, protect the habitat that's also important for fish and aquatic animals as well. I have a pleasure to introduce Dr. Hamadi Diop, CEO, DNS Consulting. He was a former CEO of the NEPAD advisors, and actually he was in Tokyo 2 weeks ago and sharing his experiences and also giving us some advice as to how Japan and Africa can also collaborate to promote sustainable fisheries. Hamadi, pleased to see you here.
No, thank you, Masa. And it's also the pleasure to see you again. You're absolutely right. We were together about 10 days to 2 weeks ago in Japan, Tokyo. I was reporting the African Union Special Envoy on Food System to discuss with the Japanese authorities on potential support on different areas on agriculture. But today I would like just to focus on the fisheries issues that matters here. The effect of sea level rise, the change in climate pattern is real. We cannot deny it. I was involved recently in the drafting of the fishery management plan of Mauritania. And Mauritania is one of the biggest fishing nation in Africa. And when we were looking at the different pattern of changes, we realized that the sardine that used to be prevalent in Morocco, to the point that there were no cooperative agreement between Mauritania and Morocco. Now sardines, over the last maybe 4 or 5 years, is extremely abundant in Mauritania, to the point that it's opening now new avenues for collaboration. And this is due to the fact that the climate is changing, the temperature is changing. So now those sardines that were prevalent only in Morocco now are moving down south. And I can give you numerous examples of different changes in fish composition, fish pattern in the continent. It is happening. We cannot deny it. That's one of the challenges that we are having now in terms of transboundary issues and potential conflicts that it may generate in the future. Because sometime in the African context, Uh, the issue of transboundary management are very, very well structured. We have a lot of institutions in the continent that have a cooperation mandate, not management mandate like the ICAP. So their decision is not enforceable. So if resource is prevalent to one country and the resources now move to on another country, it may create potential conflict. But in terms of enforcement, there is a challenge. So that's the first thing that is happening in the continent. The second thing is that it is an industry, like basically the fishing industry is valued at 24 billion in the continent alone. Within those 24 billion, you have it creates about 12 million jobs in the continent. There are 12 million people who are depending on fisheries now. In terms of food security, a lot of people depend. We have 38 coastal countries in Africa. 38 coastal country. I'm not even talking about the inland countries where you have a lot of water bodies along the Lake Victoria. So I'm not talking about I'm not talking about inland fisheries. I'm just talking about coastal. You have 38 countries that are coastal where a lot of people depend on daily activities on fisheries. So the sea level rise, the change in the water in the temperature will create havoc for those people who depend on this for livelihood. So let me just stop here for now. But I can go on and on and on for.
Okay, great, Hamadi, and definitely Indian Oceans, African coastal areas, sustainable fisheries, IUU fishing eliminations are increasing challenges. And we actually had a discussion with Manu and even other Pacific Island colleagues that Pacific itself has a kind of prototype of regional collaboration for sustainable fish stock management, eliminating IUU fishing, marine surveillance center housed by the Forum Fishery Agency in Solomon Island and Honiara is one of the very exemplary facility to provide safety, security, and the sustainability in the fishery sector. Thank you also pointing out these food security issues. And now I have a pleasure to introduce Mr. Ahmed Niaz, co-founder and director, Maldives Space Research Agency. Maldives, situated between Pacific and West Indian Ocean. I appreciate your further insight as to how we can really promote sustainable ocean and marine resource management.
First of all, apologies for being late. I would like to tie it into the conversation as well. With one cannot manage what they can't measure, and with measurement, the quality of data is just as important as well. And availability and accessibility of the data is needed for evidence-based decision making to really find our way out of these very challenging times. That's why for us, when we started our organization, the biggest challenge when talking to most of the policymakers and local stakeholders was that acknowledgement of that data gap, that we didn't have in our fingertips information to understand the local context, what was really happening, and what it meant going forward. How did we predict our future as well? Therefore, the past year, we've been operating for 1 year. We've been focusing on mobilizing observation to kind of map and really understand our oceans and our land. When you say IUU, we cannot currently monitor our EEZ area because it's so vast. We are 99% ocean, and it's impossible to have ranges looking at every corner. But with Earth observation, with continuous monitoring, we're able to better manage and better understand everything as well. So I guess that's the key theme. Putting I think from the Ocean Pavilion as well, a key thematic element is that we really need to focus on knowing exactly what is happening on our ocean because there's so much unknowns, and a research culture that can be fostered is something that I hope for Maldives and our youth to really take to champion, because we currently have an economy that is completely almost built on tourism, and tourism is based on the coral polyp as the foundational unit, and its vulnerabilities, I think we all understand very well. There's opportunities to upskill the youth in technology domains to understand data analysis and to really share that with other island nations as well, because we are all in this together, right? And we hope that we can do a lot of collaborations, because we're kind of in the middle as well, but we're very small, so we need to work together to really enhance the impact, because we only have one ocean, right? We all share together.
Thank you, Ahmed. And I guess this Maldives, I visited your countries last March, and definitely the tourism is important, and the coral reef are also vital. But the seawater warming and the coral bleaching, and that to do cause a detrimental impact, and the fishery itself may be also adversely affected by seawater warming, changes the current, and we all need to vigilant on this impact of climate change, and this satellite monitoring data would give us very important information for us to make better preparations and planning for sustainable management and the conservation of marine resources. Now I have a pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Harfana Hakuraman, Executive Director of the IPS, and she was long experience in promoting a sustainable development, including her services for International Fund for Agricultural Development. The food security was one of her lifetime topic, and she's now running this media association, global associations, to mobilize the stories from the different parts of the world to see how the climate change has been adversely affecting the local communities, particularly coastal and island communities. I just wondered how Farhana has been observing a discussion so far, and how we can really disseminate these messages from the stakeholders in the coastal and island communities with regards to the impact of the climate change on fisheries and possible intervening actions to tackle climate change. Farhana, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Masanori-san. I am very impressed, and I learned so much in the just last half an hour, 45 minutes. The information, the commonalities, and when you look at the panel, I mean, it's sort of everybody's from a different country, if not from different continents. I mean, we are all from different continents. The commonality of the issues is just incredible. And so I guess some of the solutions, I'm not an expert, so I talk, as a communication person, that the solutions must be there, which are then tailored or catered to each nation's needs. But very impressive discussion. I've learned so much, and some of the, information you came forth when we think about the Maldives. What we read in mainstream media is the high end luxury places, for tourism. I always dream of taking a vacation out there, in those luxury places. But that there is this other aspect where climate change, where the issue of survival, where the issue of fisher folk, their development, sustainability, not much goes out into the media. And frankly speaking, I mean, I guess, I won't be arrested, or I won't be sort of taken up on this. Frankly speaking, mainstream international media simply, I don't want to say not interested, they simply do not have the desire to project these in a way that people understand what the issues are. So I lead an international news agency, IPS Interpress Service. It's www.ipsnews.net. It has been in existence for more than 60 years. It is the only international news agency that is focused 100% on development issues. We don't go and do yellow journalism, and we do constructive writings. We have journalists throughout the world Unfortunately, we don't have that many in the Pacific Islands. If you would be nice enough, kind enough to give me some contacts, we would like to be able to engage with them. And we focus with support from the UN. The UN is very supportive of our work. Why? Because our journalists are all in developing countries. Nobody knows issues better than you or even me, in my country of birth and your countries of birth. So we don't fly in and fly out. BBC and CNN and everybody else, they fly in and fly out. But when they fly in and fly out, they depend totally on the local journalists to get that information. So whether that be a typhoon, whether that be, floods, whatever, however serious it is, they probably will have people there. But it's always the local journalists giving the information. And what we are saying is we have our journalists on the ground. Why do we need to fly in and fly out? However, in this meeting, we actually flew out from Africa. We have 2 journalists who are covering the deliberations of COP28. We also have somebody from Kashmir in India who is covering also some of the deliberations here. So my request and clear message is, let us try to bring the issues that you discuss that are of importance to you for better understanding globally. And of course, better understanding globally is not limited to generating funds to support you. It's not limited to that. It's also for people to know. If people do not know what the issues are, the big joke is that unless people Americans, until the time they went to Vietnam, they thought milk came from cartons, but milk actually came from cows, which they saw there. So we would like our journalists to be able to interact with you. We are not experts, but we can interpret your expertise and bring this to the fore, to the international community for better understanding of what is required and how, we can all work collectively towards sustainable existence and sustainable living. Thank you.
Thank you, Farhana, for your articulation that this information disseminations, outreach, when we turn on the televisions, we don't really listen to the fisheries and the climate change. This morning, the story was all different for particular regions. And as Farhana mentioned, that we really have to bring these issues to the attention of a wider audience, particularly decision makers and the political leaders, so that they know the priority that we are proposing. And Manu is really spearheading these regional actions for the Pacific regions to ensure that the fishery will be sustainable through the collective actions among not just the Pacific Island countries, but also distant fishing nations and partner countries. And I just wondered, Manu, if you have any further observation and suggestion as to how international community or region in Africa or Indian Ocean can really get together to ensure that sustainable fisheries, ocean management will be promoted through regional or international collaborations, and that has to be an integral part of our efforts to tackle climate change.
Thank you very much again for the opportunity, Masanori. Just listening to the experts here, very humble from FFA to hear, like our distinguished speaker said, the commonalities between all of us and the challenges that we face. And I fully agree. The solution lies with all of us, and it lies in our collaboration and sharing the experiences, the knowledge that we have, and finding those common ways that we can work together to solve this together. And I really thank you, Masanori, for bringing us together, because I'm really keen to get all of these contact details so that we can see how we can promote the stories from not just the Pacific, but also from the other important countries and other regions of the world, and just even amongst us, how we can do the grow the network and collaboration so that between us we we do identify those solutions together. And it's not just talk here, but that indeed we stay in touch after this, and between us and the networks that we each have, that we're able to grow that reach for common solutions amongst all of us developing countries. And we would love for the IPS to help us in promoting those stories more widely. Thank you.
Thank you, Manu. And definitely, we really depend on the ocean and the coastal resources and ecosystem that are really common features and sustain our livelihood and food supply. And definitely, we will get further support from Farhana IPS and other media colleagues to share the story and bring these issues to the attention of political leaders, decision makers, to make sure that our voices are properly heard and reflected in our policies and international agenda. Thank you, Manu. I understand that you have another engagement, and thank you for your presence. And we really look forward to continuing conversation. So maybe I ask Willie to take up and see how we can really promote the conversations on these issues.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. I just want to acknowledge the Secretary General for the Fisheries from the Pacific and for all her wisdoms to bring into the awareness of what's taking place with the fisheries in the Pacific, especially in the, Tonga as well. I just want to say that house is on fire. I did a big project. It was in Scotland, in Glasgow, COP26. And the work it was tidal. The ocean is on fire. And that the work is, it's going to be, I wanted to take this to note. It's going to be at the triennial in National Gallery of Victoria in Melbourne. So Tonga, it's going to open this Friday. But Tonga's have an extra week, extra 10 days, and I will be there too. And it's to do with the climate change stories of our oceans in the Kingdom of Tonga, far north in Vava'u. I predicted that something big would happen in the Pacific by watching the skies. And I work closely with one of our incredible Irish American artists. And the work was able to funded by the British Council. And now it's going to be in Melbourne as well. So Tonga is taking up 10 days from January the 19th to January the 28th. And there's a lot of conversation that going to take place as part of moving forward for the COP31 as well. But bring it back into here, the importance of the press and also conversation in the Kingdom of Tonga. We would love to be able to give you the people that you make contact with. For me personally, I'm looking for solution. One of the key things that we're going to do in Tonga is the YBL, the Youth Pacific Leaders funded by the United States of America for the New Zealand Embassy. We're going to do that in the Kingdom of Tonga. In partnership with the University of Western Washington University in Seattle. So in September next year, this week, and I'm inviting a lot of people come to Tonga to swim with the whales. Because for me personally, the importance of the ocean is very fundamental for our, for the next generations. And part of what I'm going to say here, we are proposing a corridor for the whale pathways from the Arctic to Antarctica, and also to Antarctica to the Kingdom of Tonga. And with that, we are looking to have an opera for climate change as the voices of the Pacific as well, in bringing the agency of why whales are so important, but having that biodiversity and also the pathways for it too. So I may give this opportunity to everyone else. Thank you.
You just saw that we lost Masanori. He has another event. I myself have another one. He asked me to continue this within the time, that we have been allocated. If there are any other comments that you would like to?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So 2 minutes and then we'll come to you.
All right. Just to draw cue from your presentation that the mainstream media is not kind of documenting or the issues that the fisheries is kind of faced with, and that kind of raises the question in my mind as to why is it that they are disinterested? Why are they not bringing our issues to the forefront? Because even if we collaborate, do work at scale, regionally, globally, still they have to kind of bring a situation so that people understand exactly the kind of achievement that we are making and the kind of progress and the actions that we are taking at scale. Then is it related or associated with the background? But then I would say agreeably that shouldn't be the case, because you have the experts, you can work with the experts and then they can explain the situation and tell you, I mean, their actions and their steps and their achievement, and then things can move on. But then why are they not interested in communicating our issues?
I want to speak on that as well because what you mentioned, Mr. Rahman, was also very important. That's the reason why I kind of jumped into the house is on fire. We're doing a lot of work to do adaptation, to do mitigation. We're doing adaptation mitigation until when? Until we can't do adaptation, until I don't have land, don't have an island to live in. What I was saying and what Ms. Rahman was saying in terms of media is we have to look within our own strategies. Are the strategies only mitigation and adaptation? Are the strategies only, oh yeah, when we do this pop conference, that's when everybody on the other side of the planet knows that my island is sinking? You know, we can't expect the media to continue to uh, uh, do its work and expect them to cover us all the time. Like so, for example, we went to the Ocean X yesterday. I don't know if you heard of Ocean X. They have turned their whole strategy into focusing more on developing their own media, especially for today, 2023. Everybody's all on our phones. You know, we have to develop more strategies for our own organizations to develop our own not saying control as in take people's rights away, but to control our own narratives, our own stories. And that's when what Miss Roman was saying about storytelling. We cannot expect the media to tell our stories. You have to write the story. You have to write the story about the ocean is on fire, and you have to become more. Uh, that's the adaptation that I think is more important and more mitigation, because I think we're doing a lot of strategies to help us alleviate the sand from not leaving our island, but we're also not telling the story out. So now I'm sitting here listening to you in your country talking about the same issues that I'm having. Going fishing with my dad, finding out that today when we go fishing together, the fish is not the same size as the fish before. The amount of fish is not the same. It's the same story. So now that we already know that the story is the same, we keep telling the same story, but yet we're expecting the media to do something about it when that part is really our part. I think part of protecting our fisheries and protect and creating all these grants and doing all these programs is to really take control of the narrative. And that's from my perspective coming in as media. That's why I jumped into, oh my gosh, because we were just in all these other talks and everybody's just talking about all these strategies. But then when I walk out and I'm asking everyone, like, do you know about Palau? And they're like, oh yeah, you're sinking. No, we're not sinking. You're creating a lot of things at your place that's destroying my island where I'm at. They don't say, "Oh yeah, we've been doing so much about on our part that it's hurting your island." No, they're saying, "Oh yeah, you guys are being affected by climate change, right?" But when reality is people from bigger countries are affecting us small islands and us small places. The whole planet is being affected by people, but people are not taking responsibility themselves. Because when we put out strategies, I feel we're just putting out strategies to adapt, but we're not also telling everybody you're the problem. The root
Thank you.
causes.
Thank you.
Yeah. And share maybe few maybe share
Yeah.
maybe two points.
2 minutes because we are really
Let me just tell him that I did some work recently in Somalia, and I recommended to Somalia to learn from Maldives on the pole and line uh, fishing, so that they can develop their tuna industry. So I just wanted to flag that out, because in terms of experience sharing, a lot of experience sharing are happening, but it's not documented.
Right.
It's not documented, because not documented is lost in translation.
Yeah.
So FAA, the lady who was here, I wanted to tell her that 7 countries in West Africa, 7 countries including Liberia, flew to the Pacific to learn on the fishery management policies that they implemented there to increase the revenues that they are collecting on the tuna industry, so that they can do the same thing in West Africa. So those experience sharing are happening. But the problem is, like, the media is not being reported. So how the African Union is tackling it? So they created a network of journalists. So they created a network of journalists continent-wide, so that when they have their meeting, they have their deliberation, they invite those journalists to sit in the meeting and to learn about the different practices that are happening. And then they give them with information, so that they can also report on it. Because the challenge we have is there is a big disconnect between what you see on the media and what is happening on the ground. So that's why I wanted to touch on this on this issue on experience sharing, and then on the policy. One point I wanted to make, one last point, and I would like to suggest to all of you for half time to read this book titled Buzzword, the Deconstruction of Development. Buzzword, the deconstruction of development. Because the international institutions are extremely good at coming every 5 years with a new word, a catchword, and then it will push us all to go into that. So at the moment, we're talking about fishery management. But what is the biggest word now that they are using? Blue economy. So you go to many African countries now, you talk to them about blue economy. The fishers are scared, because they feel like if we talk about blue economy, you're talking about ports, you're talking about coastal erosion and all that kind of thing. So their issues are lost in translation. But this is the new buzzword. In the next 5 years, everything will be around blue economy. They held like a major conference last year or 2 years ago in Nairobi. They call it the Global Blue Economy Conference. And now, if you go to West Africa, so the African Union has a new strategy on blue economy. So ATREX, Regional Economic Community, every region has its strategy on blue economy. Now ministries are changing their names. Instead of Ministry of Fisheries, if you go to Somalia, it's called the Ministry of Fisheries and Blue Economy. You go to Kenya, they call it Ministry of Blue Economy. So it's a new buzzword. So fisheries, if you want to worry about fisheries, you have to worry about all those concepts that are popping out every day. Over. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to say something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Um, I guess as a youth, I guess this is something that I really want to emphasize, where there is incredible value in looking from our past and learning from it. But something that we realized last month when preparing for an ocean hack challenge to understand, to develop some new products was now once in every 100-year event is happening every couple of years. And that means that the future is incredibly unpredictable in a way. And if we are to be ahead of it, if we are to manage what is coming, we need very high quality data, very high resolution data, be able to then utilize the technologies that we do have access to today to build predictive models, to understand the true vulnerability on the ground. And focusing on this is something I definitely would advocate for. The science, the research, the building the collective knowledge of what's coming, right? So that's I guess, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. We are running out of time. Did you want to say anything? If you do,
I think also we need to think and how we brand ourselves. The whole issue is a branding. And we cannot do as a fisheries scientist or fisheries managers or MPAs managers or ocean governance managers. We have to bring others into the table, on the table with us. Look how other sectors of economy, they are using celebrate sports in order to send out the message. But also we have a network of youth. How do we use this young generation, really empowering them? Because everybody has a mobile phone. How do we tap into that for them to speak up? Then mainstream media, always when there is a viral thing going on, they will catch it and blow it up. But we have to do the branding itself. Thank you.
with you. I think we don't have much time left. I just want to wind up by saying thanks to everybody. And you are right, the concern about mainstream media. Mainstream media would definitely, many of you will recall, and developed country people will also remember. Was it Kiribati that they went underwater and they had, yeah, everybody remembers that, but they do not remember the location of where Kiribati is or what was happening there, right? So yes, there is an issue, and we from media, we would like to be able to work with you. One problem we have is often experts, and this I speak from my own experience as a UN official, when I was with IFAD, that our project people would always speak technically. And that technical thing does not work in the media. The readership that you have, the readership you want, even, the diplomats, for example, who are sitting out in New York, you know, that technical thing, we need plain language explanation. So we would like to do that. The stories have to be from people from the ground, and we can amplify it by bringing in our perspective. So I requested Masanori before he left that I would like to have the emails of everybody. And, first, of course, if you can help me identify journalists on the ground that we can talk to, because we would like, walking the talk. It's not good enough to say, give a country money, etc. Is when you repeat action, skills are honed. The journalists on the ground know what is then sellable, outside, and they're able to interpret it like that. So if you would be so kind, to share with Masanori all the information, and I will follow up and make sure that, we profile you. Maybe we have a soft campaign over 1 year. Maybe we do a story every month, with images, with podcasts, something that is interesting. And of course, we can't do Kiribati going underwater and all of that, but we definitely can bring up, some of the issues you have and project it internationally. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your time, and to Sasakawa Peace Foundation, for organizing and supporting this event. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Nawal Hanai. I'm the Director of Future Energy Department in the Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure, UAE. Today, I'll present for you a snap about our national hydrogen strategy and a glimpse about the UAE Energy 2050 strategy. So basically, this is the journey of net zero of the country, where we have achieved a lot of things towards the net zero ambition and goals by 2050. In 2021, we have launched our leadership roadmap in hydrogen back then in Glasgow 2021. And this year, Alhamdulillah, we have achieved to launch the national hydrogen strategy as well as updating our energy strategy 2050. So basically, I'll give you a glimpse about the energy strategy. The energy strategy of the country was launched in 2017. The strategy was having an ambition to have 50% clean energy targets by 2050. However, because we have committed to net zero by 2050, we have updated the strategy to make sure that we achieve the goal of the country. Those are some of the KPIs and glimpse about the new targets that will set in place to make sure that we achieve the 100% reduction in energy strategy sector in 2050. So basically, in this chart, you will see that UAE already considered to have one of the cleanest electricity in the global, where we have about 0.556 kilowatt hour per kilowatt hour in 2021, and we are targeting to have 0.27 kilowatt CO2 per kilowatt hour by 2030. And we rank the second in the energy transition pillar as per the Green Future Index that was launched by IMD 2023. We are tripling our renewable capacity by 2030, and also we are increasing the share of clean energy by 2030 in the country. This is some glimpse about some KPIs between the installed capacity and generation capacity, where we have already stated that we'll have 30% by 2030 and 32% by 2030. To shed light more about the DSM and energy efficiency, we have increased our ambition from 30% energy efficiency by 2050 towards up to 45%. And those are some of the KPIs that we'll achieve towards getting those targets. We will save around $226 billion by 2050 by applying those measures. About the hydrogen strategy. So basically, in the national hydrogen strategy, we are focusing on making the country one of the global producer for low carbon hydrogen by 2031, where we will produce 1.4 million tons per annum by 2031, 7.5 million tons per annum by 2040, and up to 15 million tons by 2050. Those are extra targets where we'll be targeting to reduce emission in the hard-to-abate sector, including the refinery, transportation, aviation, maritime, and also steel, aluminum, and other hard-to-abate sectors by 25% in 2031, as well as achieving 100% by 2050. Also, in the country, we are already establishing 2 oases, which is equivalent to hydrogen hubs by 2031, and increasing those hubs to 5 hydrogen oases by 2050. Also, we establish an R&D excellence center, and we aim to have it as a global recognition, recognized as a hydrogen center by 2050. At the end, those are the main enablers and levers for the hydrogen strategy. We are focusing on 10 elements, crucial elements, to make sure that we achieve our targets in place. So basically, the global collaboration, where it speaks not only about our bilateral collaboration with different leading country and exporting country, but also our collaboration with the international organization, where we are doing the standardization and also the guidelines and also the ISOs to make sure that we fulfill the requirement for hydrogen and accelerate this future fuel for the country. Also, we are working also with the Minister of Education to also build some curriculum and toolkits to make sure that youth and the university students are already having the skills join this new economy, and others as well as shown here. Thanks, everyone. That's fine. Okay, thank you.
Definitely. How are you doing for this night?
For the green hydrogen, we have the electrolyzers in place. We already have a demonstration in the DEWA plant. Did you visit Mohammed bin Rashid solar plant?
Okay.
We have one demonstration there, which is already producing green hydrogen.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So basically, we have two oases now. One is totally green, where they produce the 1 million ton.
They will. Yeah, okay.
It is under pipeline, but we have already demonstration DEWA. It is already generating.
It's being used for what? The hydrogen?
The green hydrogen, now they are constructing a fuel station. It is already constructed, the fuel station with DEWA and ENOC. And this will be used for the fuel cell, the transportation cars and so forth.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So then I guess you also part of the hydrogen is also gonna be like from fossil, right?
There will be blue hydrogen, which will be captured. We will capture the carbon, so it will be from the gas. So it will be blue hydrogen. Also, we have 0.4 million ton per annum target for blue hydrogen. But for us as a country, we think there will be transitional phase from blue to green, and to make sure the infrastructure is ready for the green, you have to build it now. And we are capable, yes. And we already have a demonstration for the blue hydrogen. We already transported derivative from the blue, like ammonia, methanol, and so forth. So we already have this application in place.
No, I work for an NGO that we have criteria for investments for green finance, climate funds.
Yes.
So we just, I think it's next on the 12th, we're going to launch a criteria for hydrogen.
That will be great. So are you
For
working?
you to check
It will be-
projects against it and
It will be interesting.
green bonds and the kind of thing.
Interesting. So we can exchange contact. Yes, definitely. Yeah. So that's interesting. And we are working with IHPE, which is International Hydrogen Partnership and Economy. This is an international body where all exporting and importing countries are in one platform to discuss how to match the criteria. And because EU have already published the RED 3 or 4 now. I don't know.
Yeah.
Very
Like the way we work is to have like a threshold, right? Like
yes,
of,
the intensity,
emissions
of carbon.
intensity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why.
We were both doing the same.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can send you because it's the 12th, so we'll send you next week. I don't know what day is today. I'll send you next week so you can have a look. For us, because we're an NGO, the criteria is both things, right? You can use it for certifying the investment. So if you're issuing a green bond for a project, we can certify it as green. But you can also use it as a reference and to see what.
Happy to see it, and maybe we will have a very big team ourselves, and maybe I can arrange with my leader for that.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting to learn. Yeah.
What's the area?
Yeah. 88.
88. I know.
I don't know. Yes, I don't know. Sorry. He's lost. He want to know what place. I don't know.
He didn't see the microphone.
He saw the microphone there. So, okay, let's be in touch. So you have my contact detail. I'm looking forward.
I will send you the information.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
So thanks a lot.
Thanks so much. Oh, actually, thank you. Okay. I will.
All right, let's start with a deep breath. Go ahead and settle in and close your eyes. Let's do a big, deep inhale together. Exhale. So it has been a very full 12 days for me here because I was starting at COP a couple days early with an all Indigenous Wisdom Keepers delegation. And I'm really excited to be moderating this session. My name is Bodhi Patil. I'm an ocean climate solutionist. And these incredible humans are some of my mentors and some of my elders, per se, that have been really pioneering the space of the blue economy. The blue economy means creating a sustainable and regenerative ocean economy. And we're going to be diving into what that looks like and the nexus between the ocean, the climate, and all water sources that are very inextricably connected within our water systems. I'm going to start by opening up to the panel to briefly introduce themselves and one key point about their work.
Thank you, Bodhi. It's such a pleasure to be here, to all together, and to have this amazing opportunity to present our work. I'm Vienna Eleuteri. I'm the initiator and vice president of the Water Revolution Foundation. I am an anthropologist, anthropology of development, and sustainability scientist. And the reason why we are here is because we want to have a lighter ecological footprint, and we are already hard at work on that.
Thank you, moderator. I'm very glad to be here too. And I'm Michela Gallo, and I'm a director at the Inter-University Center for the development for the sustainable development and products. And I'm a professor of climate change too. And don't want to, to waste more time, so
Something good if I will be able to rise it up. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here with this distinguished panelist. So I guess today will be a great day. My name is Antonio Delborghi. I'm Vice Chancellor for Sustainability of the University of Genoa. And right, it's a pleasure to be here. And I would like to talk about putting metrics beyond the sustainability assessment. So I guess it will be one topic for the day.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Paul Holthus, the founder and CEO of the World Ocean Council. World Ocean Council is the global blue economy business and investment organization. So we bring together the broadly defined corporate community for the ocean. So shipping, fishing, offshore energy, ports, tourism, etc., as well as the investment community, the innovation community, to create that broad global cross-sectoral collaboration and leadership on ocean sustainable development.
So today is in fact Oceans Day, and we have all these oceans and water champions here. Before we dive into our panel, I want to ask another brief question and go a little bit off script because I'm never really on script. And I really want to ask you if you've seen anything specific about the role of oceans or waters being advanced on this special day. For me, I just attended the session where the ocean was put forth first and foremost within the large negotiation space here. And it was really interesting to see the discussion around what's happening in Nairobi with the Global Plastics Treaty, what's happened in New York with that ratification and the slow process to ratify in each country of the High Seas Treaty. Over 88 countries now signed on to the High Seas Treaty, protecting biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, BBNJ, to see some of the maritime shipping agreements, to see ocean, climate, water finance commitments, including a $200 million fund issued by Bloomberg, the Oak Foundation, and a number of others, specifically on decarbonizing maritime shipping and aquatic food systems. I'm curious what one big breakthrough has been before we take a deeper dive into our session and really unpack the regenerative blue economy and the nexus between water, climate, and life.
I can tell you, you're right, absolutely. And this is the framework we have very clear in mind. Of course, what I can tell you is about the private sector, what it's doing. The maritime sector, it's really doing a huge commitment to the regenerative economy. We know that blue economy it's always been a key aspect of the asset, no, as using the so-called natural capital, no, as the ocean. But I think that what I'm going to see now, it's something that is more a cultural shift, and we are thinking about how to relate in a different way to the ocean. So not anymore like a capital, like just a resource, but really something that it's that it's our life supporting system. This is the shift that I'm seeing. I do see that lots of initiatives, especially the ones you were mentioning, are really addressing this. What I can tell you is the private sector is really working in the same direction because, acknowledging all this and having a regulatory framework and commitment and pledge around this is one thing. But then making real impact, it's something different. And that's why we are here, ready to present something, an innovative way to relate to the ocean and to bridge the gap between what we know and what we do in our daily life.
Would anyone like to share some big ocean, water, climate breakthroughs to start us off today on a message of hope?
The breakthrough is really just the scale and of focus and the scope of effort on the ocean now at the COP process. And as I need to say these days, because my daughter reminds me, I'm OG, old guard. So I've been involved in the UNFCCC, as I was explaining to Bodhi the other day, since before there were COPs. So I was supporting the Pacific Island delegations in the negotiations for the UNFCCC treaty back in the late 80s, and have continued to be involved in the COP since. And I can tell you the ocean has not been a feature. It has steadily moved up in attention, and I have to really focus on the pioneering role that the island countries played back in the late 80s and I was honored to be a part of this, developing the Alliance of Ocean of Small Island AOSIS, Alliance of Ocean States, Island States, and really bringing the ocean via the island communities and countries to the COP in the early years. But now we've got, and so this is the breakthrough, just the level of ocean interest and event at this COP. I mean, the last couple of years, couple of COPs, it's really been ratcheting up, but now we're at a whole nother level. And this is what's been needed. And it's really on the agenda at the highest levels now. And this is really important and significant.
Absolutely. And from our folks working within the university institutions and within water focus agendas, how has the water and climate nexus been strengthened? And where are some areas we can see the water, ocean, and climate nexus be a strengthened asset? Because we had a water reception at the Ocean Pavilion. They're definitely a start of the trajectory of connecting watersheds to ocean systems. However, the dialogue needs to be strengthened. The ocean climate dialogues have only existed for 2 years now at the COP space, and we need to make sure water is a central proponent to that. Can you speak on that before we dive into the regenerative blue economy and what the heck that actually means and looks like?
Yeah, consider that I wanted to provide a broader approach because I work on sustainability since 2020, and I saw a lot of system and tools that are used for measure the damage of a sustainability, not only for ocean but also for the system, for air, for land, and what I see is that with university level, we provide a lot of instruments just for measure, life cycle assessment, carbon footprint, calculation models, databases. But the problem is that, in my opinion, that we just measure and very few tools or very few system have a reduction or a mitigation of our damage. We are able to measure anything, whatever we want, but really we don't provide to the civil society, but to all the enterprises and also to the production plants, any instruments to reduce really their damage. This is my main opinion.
Would you like to add anything in regards to a university landscape?
Engineer. She is an oceanography, so I have a really different approach. And right, I would like just to add that scientific approach to the sea now is there's the risk that now the ocean and the sea is just seen as another very big carbon sink. So right, so well we need really to put research to put effort, not to lose this opportunity to make the real regeneration of ocean and sea, not just look for another asset to to be included in the finance. So right, just that.
This is really interesting. A lot of people, especially indigenous peoples, think that the blue economy is a means for ocean grabbing. Paul, you've been working within the blue economy for 30 plus years, I'll say, at least. No, I'm kidding. Actually, it has been. Paul is literally a living legend for the blue economy. And I think it's really important that we understand what the blue economy is, what the trajectory of the blue economy is as the fastest growing economy on the planet, and what a regenerative ocean economy means. Can you address that? And then I'd like to pass it over to you to explain that nexus.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is really key. This is really key to the a different way to relate to the ocean in general, to nature, to our world, but to the ocean, it's absolutely key. We know how the level of threat that the ocean is facing, that we all are facing in the ocean, with the ocean. So it's important to understand that we need to relate in a different way, and what this means to first to recognize the nexus, climate change and the ocean, but I would add into this community, because it's about people, it's about family, it's about individual, it's about communities rely on the state of the ocean, and find a way to relate differently, not just a thing out there, but a living being thriving with us. And we need to find this way, putting the community at the very core of our action. It's already a regenerative way. And why that? Because if we put local communities, and when I say local communities, I could talk about communities related, I don't know, not only the, of course, indigenous people, of course, people community living on the coastline, by relating also to specific community. For example, lots of cluster within the maritime sector, they are also community. And it's very important to understand that it's a key path forward, understanding, decolonize the access to the resources, the access to knowledge, the access to information flows, and to integrate the different kind of approach and knowledge, able to work to co-design the future of what we are doing in the ocean. So I will say to the nexus, absolutely. I will put also the empowerment of local communities, and I will put, last but not least, also the the empowerment of the specific the power of knowledge related to specific sector. So I will say the sector specific approach. Otherwise, we go too general. We are not going to understand really our impact, because it's not just something an abstraction. No, it's sometimes when we speak about climate change, when we speak about climate action, when we speak about the nexus between or the ocean and climate, it's a kind of abstraction. No, it's a kind of we are in a kind of cognitive invisibility. How all this in reality is affecting our lives. So I think it's important. And it's something I want to highlight, because it's also the way we were approaching a new tool, having, measuring, and using a different approach to our activities is key to have a positive impact. And this is what we need to look for. Regenerative blue economy is about people, and is about people having a positive impact on nature, a nature positive approach.
Paul, what does that exactly look like?
Let's talk about that. That's the real focus here. Let me just put the context for that in terms of the blue economy, particularly from a kind of a market and private sector perspective. just to give you some figures. So the ocean, if it was a country, would be the 7th or 8th largest country, the size of the economy. So $24 trillion per year of ecosystem and economic assets in the ocean, $4 trillion a year of direct economic activity. To give you a sense of the size of economic activity, if we talk about direct economic activity, in other words, the commercial use of the ocean, just one way to capture that as well is in how much infrastructure is out there. So shipping, 100,000 merchant ships, more or less. Fishing, 3 to 4 million fishing boats in the world. Submarine cables, and sorry, just to talk about a little bit about that shipping, 85% of international trade goes via shipping, international shipping. Submarine cables, 1.2 million kilometers of submarine cable. Guess what percentage of international internet traffic goes via the ocean? 98%. So everybody that's on your phone now, you're part of the ocean economy at this instant as your messages are moving via submarine cable. So that's the picture of direct economic activity. Then if you look at the broader sort of human habitation and use, so 40% and growing of human population within the coastal zone, the size and growth of coastal cities, and that economic activity that comes more broadly from our own involvement in being close to the ocean and that urban development. So to take that now as we're focused here, and Vienna has really been leading the way on a lot of this, on what does a regenerative blue economy look like? So all of that economic activity, being able to have those sorts of uses from those different sectors I mentioned, contribute to a nature positive output and result is a big challenge. It's really changing business practices to not only minimize environmental impact and ecosystem impacts, but completely eliminate them and turn them into, wherever possible, develop the technologies, the approaches, the methods to achieve a positive impact. So this can be things like aquaculture, where we completely, and companies are moving in this direction, where you remove the impacts from that concentration of fish by having methods that allow them to be more responsibly fed, using products that don't create a concentration of waste that affects the seabed in that area. But in fact, you can use multi-trophic aquaculture, where the waste stream from that fish production actually produces a nutrient opportunity to grow other sorts of organisms, filter feeders and others. And so you create a kind of a food cycle there, and a nitrogen cycle that allows additional organisms to grow. So you're creating a net positive benefit that also has net positive additional economic value. So that's the kind of thing. So each sector will have different kinds of things where they can take the time, take the efforts, and there's a lot of research that needs to go into this. What are the practices that can result in a net positive benefit, depending on what kind of industry we're talking about, what are their impacts, how to eliminate them, and create those positive benefits. There's a lot of work to be done there, creating market incentives, and where there's benefits to dealing with that, where you can create cost savings. And let me give you one example there. The issue of biofouling, the organisms that grow on the outside of a ship or any kind of hardware that we humans put in the water, stuff will start to grow on it. It's mainly a problem for the shipping industry. There's a huge environmental impact from that, because those animals that grow on the outside of a ship, they get moved from one part of the world to the other. So that creates an invasive species problem. That's actually the biggest marine bioinvasion invasive species problem that we have, and it's affecting then native species, endemic species, and aquaculture and other economic uses. If you can eliminate that biofouling, you actually improve the performance of the ship, as you can imagine, because all of that rough stuff growing on the outside of a ship causes friction and drag, and so you use more fuel and you create more carbon emissions. So environmentally sound and friendly methods for eliminating that stuff that grows, that biofouling that grows on the outside of a ship, creates an economic benefit for the shipping company and reduces that environmental impact of the transfer of invasive species. So you've got a net positive result there that's a kind of a win-win. So the more we can find those economic and environmental win-wins, the more we can advance this regenerative approach to how we undertake economic activity in the ocean.
First of all, raise your hand if you want to support combating invasive species transport across the ocean. I should see all hands raised here. Come on. We need to make sure that we're proliferating native species and combating invasive species at the source. I think that's a really holistic approach to what a regenerative blue economy can look like. Our friends in Italy are actually really focused on something that I have found quite innovative. They have basically created different programs like Youth for Nature that help young people, particularly young people that are in vulnerable stages of their life, have power within climate action and also are able to take initiative within multilateral sources of government and at these conferences, including the UN General Assembly, Climate Week, other UN deliberations, COP28, COP27, and other events within Italy and beyond. I'm curious from a school and university lens, as a student myself, studying at the University of British Columbia, specifically on ocean justice, what is the role that you see of young people in helping to push on a regenerative blue economy? And have you seen any case studies within your schools or institutions that have been particularly innovative? And then I'll pass it on to Vienna to expand on that, as she touched on the importance of community-led approaches and centering the people that have been stewards of coastal communities, islanders, of regenerative blue economy systems for hundreds of generations. In fact, bottom-up approaches of power dynamics should be lent so that the people that are in control of these systems of policy of finance are the ones working hardest to protect them. I'm curious, diving into the university youth perspective, what's your take on this? Because people always ask me, and let's flip the question.
Absolutely. I can just spend a couple of words about the University of Genoa. We'll set up a Center for the Sea, which is such an interdepartmental organization within the University of Genoa, which is just, um, you know, uh, mm, just mixture of all the issue related to the sea and to the ocean. Of course, we do not have ocean, but our approach is also towards research program, also in other countries and other continents. And in particular, we created this center in order to broaden all the research, PhD students, courses, master degrees, so all the activities specifically related to the sea and to the ocean, in order to get our students, first of all, to increase their awareness and the fact that blue economy is not grabbing the ocean and grabbing the sea. So, right to well, I guess the students are more aware than teacher are. So I'm pretty sure that the goal will be very easy to reach. But in particular, we'll like to just to spend a couple of words about our research group. Research group is mainly focused on the life cycle thinking approach, which is applied also to ocean, to shipping industry, to all the activities related to the sea, and also to the regeneration of sea, as we are partner of the Biodiversity National Center. National Center, which was funded within the National Recovery Fund of the European Union, which spread a lot of money on research, and we try to use them in a good way. And we'll like just to foster the concept that products in and all the activities we perform doesn't have just an impact within their use phase or manufacturing phase, but we'll have to consider that impacts and environmental burdens can be created upstream, downstream, or in the future, or in other countries, on other. Just think about embedded water or products. We do not have water here, but maybe we'll have a lot of water consumption within products. So I guess that including the measure of that, which is one of the main topic of our research at University of Genoa, I guess that would have such as I mentioned before, such a matrix concerning sustainability measurements.
Yeah, that's really key. Thank you, Adriana. That's really an important aspect, and it's something we want to go very specific on this. Of course, we were talking about, generally speaking, about the important, the nexus and ocean and climate and communities and all these kind of key aspects of the regenerative blue economy. But it's important also to go specific. And what we are doing together, as I told you, I shared with you before, it's something very, it's a mature program. We are developing within the yachting sector specifically. The Water Evolution Foundation is driving and leading on this together with University of Genova and also other network of university and other specific research centers, but really to go on a regenerative path. We could say that probably, we are on the same boat from this point of view, OG. So we remember the triple bottom line, no? The people, the planet, and profit. Huh? We prefer to speak about now of the 3R. I don't know to define this. Maybe it's the first time we talk about this. But in any case, reduce, because we need to have a lighter ecological footprint. And we need to be very specific in measuring all this, not only on carbon footprint, but really ecological. So a broader spectrum in order to understand the hidden cost of what we do in anything we do. And but reduce, it's not enough, as you said. No, we need also need to really reduce, and I will say, what do you say? To restore, it's no, this is the last part, because after reducing, we need in a way to so sorry, I do not have the word in English and now, so sorry about this. I'm sorry. No, because recycling, it's using energy, so this is not regenerative at all. This is repairs, this last part. So reinvest, I will say reinvest, I'm sorry. Reduce, it's taking ownership of our ecological footprint. So recognize it and measure it properly. But then we need to reinvest. We need to reinvest in conservation and conservation of our most important shareholder. It is the ocean. Nature in general and the ocean specifically, because this is the only way we can allow the ocean to regenerate the resources we use. So this is key. Regeneration, reinvesting, it's really key. We live as human beings. Unfortunately, I will say, as a Western culture approach, we have created our ecological niche in the area, in the domain of economy. So that's why economy is so important, and reinvesting in ocean conservation is such a key aspect of the regenerative development thing. And then there is the last part, repair. Absolutely, because we have already make a lots of damages. So we need also to work and repairing this kind of so regenerating also in this sense. But I will say that the three verbs are really reduce, reinvest, and repair. Those are key. And I would love to give also the floor to Michela, because and to Adriana later on, because it's so important to understand which are the kind of tools that are able to capture all this, all the single aspect.
Thank you, Vienna. Um, you said how to involve a new generation students. Okay, at university level, probably all the university nowadays has courses specific for sustainability. But what is important, in my opinion, is to teach to the new generation that this model of economy is not more sustainable. Because on one side, we have the natural resources, water, materials, energy. On the other side, we have human request. And for every type of product, just this bottle, we can see we have a request in the production of material, of energy, of water, and we can try to reduce this footprint. Is not enough. We move from a new approach. We are talking about a sustainable development and circular economy, okay, but it's not enough, because in any case, we have a continuous request of resource from our planet. So it's a one direction movement from destruction to the human request. So the question is, can we change the approach? Can we move to a directional? So we have a request, but we have also on the other side a restitution to the planet. And in our opinion, what is important is to move to a new standard that can um, provide general rules in order to manage this continuous change between nature and human requests. And this is the proposal we think together about what we call ECTO standard. It is a standard that want not only to calculate the request, but also to calculate the possible restitution to nature by measuring not only the damage, so the impact, the environmental impact, in terms of water request, in terms of CO2 emission, in terms of land use, for example, but also to investigate some unit of restitution. So how can we calculate some possible unit of restitution to the planet? In our opinion, this is possible because if we are doing this for the CO2, the carbon credit market, for example, also the voluntary carbon credit, we can do the same also for water, and we can do the same also for land, because in any time you have, for example, a wastewater treatment, anytime you have a soil remediation action or an improvement of the biodiversity on our planet, you have a restitution. So the problem is to balance these two requests.
Thank you, Michaela. Just the approach is just that we commonly talk about carbon, and only carbon. That's not just carbon. We perform a life cycle assessment study. We learn that will be lots of forgot impacts within the production. With in European Union, we commonly use sustainable consumption and production. In my opinion, there's no way of having sustainable consumption and production. We will have just lots of impacts in terms of acidification, in terms of photochemical ozone creation. We'll have ecological footprint. We'll have land use. We'll have water scarcity. We'll have a lot. We just try to summarize all the possible impacts of the production system within this three, which is such impacts will basically include most of the environmental impact of products, which includes, of course, carbon footprint, but water footprint in terms of water scarcity, and ecological footprint in terms of loss of biodiversity, and in terms of land use, which include all the aspects which are related not just to the manufacturing. And I already mentioned I'm an engineer, so I'm trying to understand from nature and from scientists really. I really working with other colleagues and other research, different way of understanding the very complicated role of managing humans within the nature, is that within technology we cannot solve any problem. So we'll have to learn from nature and try to balance our impact that can be measured by such this three common and quite easy to understand by, and also the private sector, and also by the governmental part of our framework, and to balance them with such a regeneration unit. So we would like to develop, and we look for a project that we would like to call regenerative projects, which are right. We are in the SDGs Pavilion, so we are quite prepared on co-benefit on CDM and other carbon emission reduction products project, which account for other co-benefits, which include also clean energy availability or social aspect and so on. But at the moment, we'll we performed a very broad state of the art analysis, and there are not a common matrix on how to assess really these co-benefits. So we would like to try with the proposed eco to care standards to assess this co-benefit in a scientific way and a specific contribution towards sustainable development goals, of course 13, 6, and 14, which are strictly related to the three footprints we identified in order to try to balance uh, this contribution in order to um, let's not talk about offsetting, but on climate contribution to go beyond beyond offsetting in order to balance the impact within through projects which have a positive contribution on all these SDGs. So I hope
I think that's a really broad overview, and we covered it from very many different topics, and we got really specific within maritime shipping, invasive species. We covered what the university institutions are leveraging. We're in the SDG Pavilion. SDG 14, as an ocean person, is the most important SDG. The ocean has sequestered the largest amount of carbon, absorbed the most amount of excess heat emissions from the atmosphere. The ocean regulates our climate and provides billions of people lives lives and livelihoods. In fact, it provides all of us life with every single breath we take. It's ocean oxygen generated by the great deep blue. I think we oftentimes leave the ocean at the bottom of the negotiations when it comes down to what is centered in the main outcomes of the COP presidency, and most importantly, what the blue economy can look like as a fastly growing economy. As Paul said, one of the 6th or 7th largest countries representation in terms of its GDP, of gross domestic product, financial generation. How are we making sure that the ocean isn't left at the bottom, even though it's all the deep blue that's underneath us? How do we put the ocean at the forefront of the agenda, especially within spaces where the ocean's value is underrepresented and underrecognized? For me, it's all about the role of young people, indigenous people, people of color, accelerating that innovation and making sure that within these SDG frameworks, we're prioritizing SDG 14 as an unsung hero. What does it look like for you, Paul, in Vienna?
Yeah, that's a really good perspective on this in terms of how we accelerate and scale out that this growing engaging of the ocean or considering of the ocean. Um, Certainly from the perspective that I work in now in the World Ocean Council is bringing that business connection, and Vienna's mentioned, and you just mentioned, Bodhi, it's communities. And so with, youth and indigenous communities, from my perspective, then even though that's personally, working in the field with fisher folks and small islands, that's where my heart is, and that's where I really, spend a lot of my time. But working now with the with the bigger global business community, one of the things that really makes a difference is when you have leadership companies and individuals in those companies that say, yes, we want to be a part of the solution. And they are communicating that to these communities, but in a particularly in a political, what's essentially a political process to develop like the High Seas Treaty and the work of the UNFCCC treaty as it moves forward, to have leadership individuals in leadership companies that make up the broad economy and especially the ocean economy, communicating their interests, their efforts to be, as I say, a part of the solutions and help shape, inform, and shape the debate, the dialogue, the negotiations with practical solutions so that we have that reality check. And this is a lot of what we did, for example, in the High Seas Treaty process, and we'll be continuing to do as that now moves into an implementation phase. We need that reality check of the economic players that are going to be affected by these treaties so that they become part of a constructive input process. One of the worst scenarios is when, in any kind of regulation, when you have the industry not engaged and then later opposing. And so then, that's when people talk about the lack of political will. It's probably because there's a lot of people with vested interests that don't want that legislative action to happen. So proactively engaging the business community to be constructively engaged early on. It makes a messier, more complicated process earlier on, but your potential for long-term success by engaging and forming partnerships. And I'll repeat something I said in a panel earlier today, that I would say again, I'm a conservation guy, a field guy. I grew up close to the ocean in the Philippines and Hawaii and other places. But now the work we do now at the World Ocean Council is because there wasn't a global network and community for the ocean from the business community. One of the barriers to engaging on this and really moving this important economic community into a very proactive and constructive engagement here, I would have to say, is the preconceived notions that a lot of other stakeholders communities have, that the business community is the bad guy. And so people need to have an open mind. And I'll just finish by saying one of the most important parts of what I've learned over the last 25 years when I started to commit to engaging the business community, there are a lot of good, smart people in good, smart companies who care about the ocean. That's a big part of our hope for the future, along with the youth and a lot of others. But if we don't have that, we're not going to make it. Honestly, for the ocean, that's who's out there. The community that's out there in the ocean, the biggest community out there, is the commercial actors. That's who's out on the sea right now. And people are risking their lives and sometimes losing their lives to bring the rest of us energy, food, marine transport, so we have products. I mean, there's a big set of issues around all of that, but that's who's out. Those are people like us that have families and kids, and a lot of them care, and more of them care about the ocean that their kids and grandkids will have. That's a big part of making this happen moving forward.
Vienna, what does that look like for you?
Absolutely. I fully agree. Of course, I echo the words by Paul, and that's the reason why we know each other for a long time, and for a long time we try to push this narrative, because it's not about good guys and bad guys, but it's about all together building a new normality. The way we relate to the ocean is also about as I said before, bridging the gap between what we know and what we do on a regular basis. And the private sector and the link of the private sector with the public sector is really key to bridge this gap. And academia, of course, and tools and everything. But let me underline another aspect, that in order to become a new normality, we need to have tools able to make systemic changes. And that's why we're speaking about a different idea of development. Regenerative development, the regenerative blue economy is under the umbrella of a new idea of development. The regenerative development is really this, to acknowledge that we all relied on the state of nature, on the state of the ocean. And of course, the private sector needs to put into consideration in a very, very specific way. Like policy needs to do this, needs to have specific tools able to incorporate this kind of awareness into the way we do regulate our life. We are into the SDG Pavilion, and by the way, thank you so much to the SDG group here on the field supporting us on this. But if you look at the SDGs and you look in the dynamic picture of the SDGs, you can see that on top we have the 17th, the strategic partnership. And that's why we are here all together. All together we can make this change. Then we have the society immediately below. No, the society, it's the part of the community, doing and sharing knowledge and this key strategic goal. We have the economy together with the society, but on the bottom of everything of this ideal pyramids, there is nature. The ocean is there. The land, the life on land is there. So it's important to consider that our nature is not just resources. And I think that the regenerative development, and specifically the regenerative, because the ocean really teaches us all that we are all connected. So this no better teacher than the ocean to understand how we do relate. No, you told about the breath. We are here. We breathe all together because the ocean is there producing our oxygen, the oxygen we breathe. So it's not just about resources. We are really all together, human and non-human beings, developing together a new way to be on this world. So I really think it's important to consider that the world is not just a thing out there at our disposal, but it's something we need to relate in a different way, and leaving no one behind. This is a key. This is paramount, no, to be all together on this path. So if you allow me to really sum up our message here is really to go beyond sustainability, because it's just about understanding and reducing our footprint, but it's not enough, as we said. And going beyond that, there is the regenerative development. And in order to build regenerative development, the only way we can go is really to think about new tools able to evaluate which is our positive footprint. And this is about going beyond the offsetting idea because of many reasons. There's no time to discuss around this, of course, because it's a huge issue in itself. But we need to go beyond the offsetting idea and to go to insetting and ocean positive action. This is really the climate action I will say, and yet we are here to specifically to share with you all this new way to approach this kind of insetting and climate action related to the ocean, and it's the Eco to Care standard. And we launch also in this exactly in this with SDG Pavilion. It's our pleasure to launch also the call for regenerative projects for the UN Ocean Conference in Nice in 2025. So, but let me say and advocate once again that it's about nature. It's about alliance, it's about strategic partnership, but on top of everything, it's about the people. If we are not going to build all together and really putting at the very core of our action equality, inclusion, we are not going to go anywhere. No, I think those are the key points we need to take into consideration. We are all ocean, and we need to take a better care of ourselves, I will say.
When I close my eyes, and you can all do this exercise too, and you think of a regenerative blue economy, I think of bustling kelp forests, I think of healthy coral reefs, I think of ships that reduce their noise so that incredible marine megafauna aren't impacted. When I open my eyes, I see the reality of the COP space. However, there has been something that's under the surface that we haven't discussed, which is the ocean breakthrough. And there have been 5 key thematic ocean breakthroughs, and one of the ocean breakthroughs is on marine ecosystems. And within that ocean breakthrough, it includes our carbon sequestrating heroes, our coastal restoration heroes, mangroves. So there's a mangrove breakthrough, and of course, a coral breakthrough that hosts 25% of marine biodiversity. I want to end on this question. For me, what gives me hope is seeing so many young innovators, seeing so many change makers actually champion ocean action in their communities, and seeing evidence-based results of how these systems change for projects, both in correspondence with the UN Ocean Conference, but also in correspondence with local community engagement, with fisher folks that have been focused on small-scale rahuis or marine protected areas plans, with larger companies that are wanting to have monitoring to combat IUU fishing, across the entire sector of the ocean, which is incredibly multidisciplinary and very, very deep. What gives you hope? What is 1 or 2 words that gives you hope? To me, it's intergenerational collaboration.
This is another paramount topic. Yeah, absolutely. What gives me hope? Honestly speaking, really openly speaking, is seeing this new alliance within the private sector. I know is happening. I know that key key strategic cluster within the maritime sector are really taking action, and this is fantastic to know. But add to that, if I really need to be really open, I will say the presence of local communities, indigenous communities, lots of youth of indigenous people being here, because they are the only one not giving up and not having forgotten the ecological intelligence that we all should share. Thank you for this question, Buddy, and thank you for being here with us. Really.
A word that gives hopes, in my opinion, in unsustainability. It's strange, but it's unsustainability. Why? Because this system will fall. I'm sure that will fall. This type of economy will fall. There is no other option. It depends from us if it will happen before or later, but it will happen. So this is my hope.
Yeah, thank you, Buddy. Thank you for the question, and thank you for asking me to close my eyes. And as I'm um, ocean lovers, and I try also to be a surfer, so I close my eyes. I see me within the ocean with other people together, and try to really love our playground and putting out plastic bottles from the ocean. And I really see everyday surface catch rubbish from the sea. Just it's not really useful as a general, just to fight plastic litters, but it's very useful to aware people that if we can work together, we can just try to increase the awareness and to at least reach results, also to live together and you know and try to do something. So it's partnership.
So we'll have to talk. I've been surfing for almost 60 years now, and so okay, we do that. So what gives me hope, Bodhi, great question. What gives me hope is that there are so many people who feel that they are an ocean person now. So it's like this wave, right? That's just growing. And so that's what we need. We need more ocean people in the world, and we have every day. It's like more and more people are learning, and they're reading, they're listening, they're seeing. There's just so many ways that people are getting connected to the ocean, and that's what's going to be the wave of the future. And it's really happening now, and it's just amazing. Yeah.
The wave of the future involves all of you too. So as you leave here today and as you leave COP, you have a very important mission, and that is to be an ocean warrior. All of you are leaving here as ocean guardians, and we need more champions of the ocean. We need more people advocating for the ocean at all levels of government and industry and business. We need champions from Rolls-Royce advocating for the ocean. We need water people advocating for the oceans. We need policymakers advocating for the oceans. And whether you're a surfer like us here, whether you're a person that loves to go on a boat or loves to go underwater, or diver, free diver, whether you're so scared of the ocean you've never been in it, the ocean connects us all, and that is undeniable. So as you leave COP, as you leave here today, remember that you are an ocean person. We are all ocean people, and we have this one shared mission to protect our blue planet. I'll end on this important message. It's time to transcend and let go of ego and step into radical ocean super collaboration. And what that means is putting your ego aside, and when you enter the door and when you go underwater into this, whether it's a business room, whether it's a negotiation space, whether it's the COP space, letting go of any sort of need to be the best, but focus rather on the need to accelerate the most amount of impact. When we are accelerating impact for ocean innovation across all levels of governments, of institutions, of working with business people and working with investment, then we're able to reach the goals that our ocean demands and she needs. And when we listen to our voice and close our eyes, or when we go underwater and feel her presence, then we really know that we have an important role to play. So all of you here have a very, very important mission now, and I encourage you to be ocean champions because we certainly all are together. Thank you.
to submit the regenerative project for the Ocean Conference. That's the other appointment.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's give a round of applause for the ocean. Woo! There we go. That's right. Thank you all and happy Oceans Day. Let's make Oceans Day every day.
My name is Vincent Kitsio. I'm heading the Urban Energy Unit at UN Habitat, the Human Settlement Program, the United Nations Human Settlement Program, based in Nairobi, Kenya. Welcome to this event, site event on the uh, energy access for the urban and peri-urban poor. The title is a Multifunctional Clean Energy Center. It is an initiative of UN Habitat to address or strengthen access to energy by the urban poor. The whole concept is that we have energy center where we put center is provided with renewable energy sources, some solar energy that we also call it an energy hub, that actually provide energy services for the urban and peri-urban poor. And the idea is that we need to address one of the issues that are faced by 360 million urban population in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, that are living in slum. And therefore, they do not have access to affordable and reliable energy services. They pay more for their energy connection. So with this center, with this idea, we are able to provide them several energy services. So the center, it's a place where we use different renewable energy that exists. One of the most available renewable energy sources is the solar energy. So the center is provided with solar panels, convert the solar energy into electricity, and that electricity is used for treating water so that people can have access to clean water. In other center, we also have a biogas system where people have toilet facility, and those toilet facility also generate heat for cooking. Well, we also have in other center we also have community cooking facility where uh, part of the energy generated by the center is used for cooking, and more, but popularly the energy generated in the center are used for battery charging, for e-mobility, electric mobility. They can charge there. So this side event will talk about this concept of multifunctional clean energy center, and we will showcase the example of the Kisumu Energy Hub, where 38 kilowatt solar system has been put in place for providing electricity for vocational training centers and also providing electricity for other vocational activities. We will also showcase the example in Madagascar, where we have multifunctional clean energy center that are providing electricity through a mini grid system that are connected families with electricity, with a very much needed electricity. And finally, we will also present an initiative that we also have in Zimbabwe, in Harare, where we are planning to build 5 multifunctional clean energy center. And the idea is that this center will actually not only provide better livelihood for the urban population, but will also serve as a demonstration pilot, demonstration program for other uh, cities in Africa, so that they can learn from this innovation. The, the idea is not new; it has been there for quite some time. In fact, UNDP started it only in 2000 and 2010. They will call it a multifunctional energy platform, where they were using diesel engine to provide energy services for grinding mill, charging battery, welding activity, and many other activity. But what the innovation now, what UN Habitat is bringing as innovation is that we are using that is generated from clean and cleaner energy sources, from solar panels, from hydro, from wind, that make the bigger difference, so that the carbon footprint of the center is completely negative. So welcome to the side event, and we look forward to interact with you and maybe also to learn with those who have similar examples from around the world. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. That video was recorded so that we share it online to people. We invite people to this session. I just want to start by thanking the staff of UNDESA and also the Sustainable Development Goal Pavilion for giving us the possibility of having this session. I would also like to thank the different speaker, Federico from Madagascar, Jean-Pierre Duntum for the Central Africa, who's also the head of the Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Center in Central Africa region. And then we also have a good friend of mine here, Marco, and also Ase, who's also attending this event. Yes, the event is really about energy access. We know that globally, 660 million people are still not have access to electricity. 2.3 billion people are still using firewood for cooking. And the numbers are not decreasing, and it should be decreasing. But at the same time, I also have to say that there are solutions. There are different solutions that can be used to address, to increase energy access. Because energy need to be affordable, it need to be reliable, it need also to be sustainable. And this is very important. So during this session, we'll be seeing different examples, like it was mentioned in the introduction, so that we can all learn different type of way of increasing access to electricity for the urban and peri-urban area. And then at the same time also to increase access to electricity in rural area, because the challenge is that we need to bring this energy to those people that are really in need, because energy also help to fight poverty. So I want also to thank the different colleagues and staff that has been working behind preparing this event. I'm sure they are listening to they are also online. And then also our partner, Shelter Africa, which we conceive this event together, and as well as also the sustainable energy for all. I think Shelter Africa just left today. That's why they are not attending. But again, given that COP is always an event, is always a place where more than 1,000 events are happening during the day. So without further ado, I want to invite Federico from NORCAP to make a presentation on the energy hub that they have been implementing in Madagascar as one of the innovative solutions to enhance energy access for the poor, for the rural poor. Federico, you have the floor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vincent, for inviting me to this session. So today, as you already introduced, I would like to present you the initiative that the World Food Programme is implementing in southern Madagascar. I'm an energy advisor from NORCAP, and I've been deployed in the past couple of years in WFP Madagascar, so I've been supporting them implementing this initiative. It is a regional initiative from RBJ, the Southern Africa region office. However, Madagascar was selected as the first country to implement the pilot. So just to give you the context of the intervention, Southern Madagascar from 2018 to 2022 have been heavily affected by a drought that led to a food crisis. So, especially in that time, there were more than 1 million people that were completely food insecure. So, WFP were providing food aid to those people in order to save their lives. The situation is still quite critical because access to water and basic services is still very low. However, the situation is a bit better than that specific moment. However, we were trying to think about what type of intervention we could put in place in order to not find ourselves in the same situation, because just providing food, it is not the solution. It is a short-term solution, but it doesn't create the condition for the population to be able to increase their adaptability to the changing climate. So we were thinking about potential solution, also trying to understand what are the main barriers that now the population are facing. We realized, we knew that access to electricity and access to clean water were the two main issues. So we wanted to find a solution for that. At the same time, we were trying to understand why the private sector is not yet in southern Madagascar. What are the barrier for the private sector to move in the specific area? So why all those people have not access to electricity, have not access to water? So one of the main issue is, for example, the low density of the population. Madagascar is quite a big country. Southern Madagascar it is not very um, densely populated. So for the private sector, it is a bit risky to invest, to put in place infrastructure, and to have high return on investment. One of the other problem that we notice is that the current electrification plan in Madagascar is mainly targeting administrative center, so the main villages, we can say, but not the one that are very rural, very remote, and where the one that they were suffering the most during the food crisis. So we wanted to find a solution also for those specific villages that are somehow left behind in the current electrification program, or that maybe we're quite sure that in the next 10 years they will not be included yet. The other issue we have is the low purchasing power of the population. So for them, for example, paying a connection, even if there is a mini grid, is too expensive. And the investment cost of building a distribution network, bringing the electricity directly to the household of the population, it is too expensive at the moment for those households. Another issue is that there are some mini grids, but those mini grids are powered by diesel generators. The capacity is low. They are unreliable, and so this has an impact on businesses and the capacity that people has to put in place some productive uses of electricity. So the idea was to try to pilot some solar hubs, as also Vincent mentioned before, with no transmission or distribution network, in which the community can access to equipment and services. So what type of services? The idea is to focus on the nexus, water, energy, food, mainly. So providing access to water to the community, which was the main issue during the food crisis, because there was not potable water, there was not water for food production, but also providing equipment to ensure the food security in the area. So how can people store food, how they can processing food, how they can improve food system in the area. for example, putting in place irrigation system and efficient way of irrigating cultivated lands. So we already built 4 pilot sites, and we are currently building 3 new sites of the same size. We talk about 25 kilowatt hubs, but also some smaller units in smaller villages, around 15 kilowatts. So the initiative have different objective. So from one side, we would like to stimulate the agriculture, at the same time providing water, but also trying to introduce modern way of making agriculture, and to attract the youths. That we have the feeling that they are somehow not too much motivated to work in the agricultural sector in this type of context. So we would like, through new equipment, through education, new agricultural techniques, to try to make the sector attractive again for youth. At the same time, as I said before, providing essential service to the community, so access to water and electricity, for health, for example, for digital education, and digital equipment together with the internet connection also allow, for example, access to financial services and to new actors like microcredit institution to come in the village and trying to propose them alternative way to develop some business locally. And then one key thing, it was also to connect the villages with external areas. So all these locations are very remote. The road infrastructure is very complicated, not in good condition. So all the sites are very isolated. So we wanted to see how we can connect those sites with other area in order to stimulate the knowledge exchange and exchange of information in general. So the one that you see in the picture is one of our sites, just for you to understand a bit how it is a typical setting in one of these 4 sites. So we have quite small villages, about 200 and 300 households in total, but they are usually in the center of a municipality, and they have some smaller villages all around. So we have people, for example, coming from 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers far away. They don't have any services, but they still come to the site accessing those services. So the impact in this site is larger than just the village. So how can how you can see in the picture, we have the hub approximately at the center of the village, where people can access the digital classroom. They can access the different equipment like the welding machine, the milling machine. There are some kiosks with IT equipment, some tablets that are connected to internet, where they can connect and attend trainings. We have what we call the climate smart garden, where we built a greenhouse, the one that you see just here behind the schools, where we test different type of irrigation system, like drip irrigation, hydroponics. We have some water kiosks in the village, so people can access all this type of different services. We also built some kiosks that people can rent in order to use electricity. So we are not connecting households yet at this stage, because we want to focus just on productive uses of electricity. We want to be sure that the electricity is used in a productive way and for the whole community. The model is based on partnership. So we want this to be an inclusive model. So we want the government to be involved in the project, all the different ministries, but also at a local level. The government has some technical services, so we want them to be involved on this, but also traditional authorities, for example, in order to to support the community and us maintaining the system, and especially the security of the system. We have the private companies, so the supplier of the technology that still have a contract of maintenance, and they have um, warranty, so they keep supporting at least in the first year of the operation the system. But the idea, based on the different contexts, is also to involve a local company, or to create a local company in the area that can operate the system in case in the community there is not the capacity and the knowledge to operate this type of system. We think that also the UN agency NGO, they have a key role in the model, as I will present later when I will talk a bit about the business model behind this. But in general, we believe that the more entities and the more actors are involved on the model, the more it will be sustainable in the long term. So I would like to present you quickly some key lesson learned. So the project was inaugurated in January, so it is less than 1 year. We are sure that in 1 year we will have some more recommendation and key learnings. But I would like to share at least our first thought about the model. Sorry. The first one, it is about the management model. So as I said, those communities are in places that are very, very isolated. For the private sector to go there and to operate this type of system, to be honest, it is not very interesting in terms of profitability. And it's also why in this area there is not access to electricity. So we had to find a model that can combine at the same time the community, to motivate them to be engaged in the project, feel the ownership of the project, but also be sure that there is someone who is able to operate the power plant. So we're trying to put in place an hybrid model where the community manage the system, supported by the private company who installed the system. In the first site, the situation are quite different, and this depends on the people that are in that community. For example, we have a community where we've been very, very lucky, and we found a very young guy who was studying electricity in the capital. He went back to the village. So he's young, he's motivated, he's skilled, he knows exactly how to operate, at least from the technical point of view, the system. And so things are easier. We have other community where there is no one who currently have the capacity to operate the system. And in that case, the involvement of the private company, it has to be somehow higher. The other thing that we realize is that, okay, we have the option to go with an operator, a private operator. We have the option to go with a local management committee. What it is sure is that if we go with a local management community, we have to take into consideration the fact that the cost of the capacity building, at least at the beginning, is higher because the community needs to be trained. So this is a key component to be taken into consideration. In both cases, one thing that it is fundamental for the model to be sustainable in long term, it is the revenue generation model. So each kit has to generate revenue, each service has to be paid, even a little, but has to be paid. Involvement of the community and the ownership of the community has to be really done in an early stage. The community has to feel like the project is for them. They are responsible for them. If this is not the case, and we realize in each site that the places where the community is really engaged, the community really feel like the project is for them and they are responsible for the site, everything worked well. The places where the community has some issue with it, they don't feel like they own the infrastructure, they are responsible somehow for the security of it, things are getting complicated. So a recommendation, if you do some project like this, is really to maintain a constant engagement with the community, constant discussion with them. About the business model, this is still a work in progress, to be honest. As you can imagine, this is not a mini grid project, so we are not selling electricity. If you have to create a business model for a mini grid, it is somehow easier because you know the production that you can have, you know how many households are in your village, you can estimate more or less how many you can connect, how much electricity they will consume, so you can create a financial model quite linear. But with this type of system, we have something like 10, 15 different services that generate revenue. Before this pilot project, we didn't have any experience about how each single service can generate revenues. We didn't know. So we needed to collect evidence and data about the revenue of each specific equipment. Because, for example, if you have a welding machine, you know that the people that we use at the beginning of the project, you can estimate how many people will use that welding machine. We can try. I can assure you that 90% of the case, the financial model will be completely wrong. So we needed to create evidence and generate data. It is what we are doing now. We have some first output of this process that, as I said, is still ongoing. So one of the main key point, in my opinion, is that especially in rural area, but in urban area, it can be the same. We have to define those value chain, and in our case, it is food value chain because we are working mainly in food security. That if we transform, we can allow the population to generate more income. For example, we have a site that is close to the seaside. There are some fishermen. We know that if we put in place some equipment that can transform the fish value chain, the population can be able to pay for more service. If they produce tomatoes, we can also try to find the equipment that can produce a specific sub-product that can be sold in the market and generate enough revenue. So for each site, we try to identify those value chain. And the other thing is that the model is based on water, energy, food. So if some of this component is missing, the model it is not as strong as before. Another key issue, then I will close my intervention, is that it is important to find anchor customers. An anchor customer could be a telecom company, for example, that can buy the electricity to provide a service to the community. It can be an agro-processing company, but it can also be a UN agency. As a WFP, we have a school feeding program. In the past, WFP were buying fruit from abroad. Now they are trying to increase the rate of food that is produced locally, and this can stimulate the local economy around the kit, and this can increase the revenue of the smallholder farmer, for example, of the population, that then they are able to pay for the services, and this will make the process, the model more sustainable. So thank you a lot for the attention. Sorry if it was a bit long, and if you have any question, I'm available to answer them.
Thank you very much, Federico, for the presentation. Just some few key things that I managed to capture on it. You insisted on on the system being a very important nexus, no, energy, water, and food nexus. And you also mentioned the fact that with the availability of energy, there are also a lot of job creation, other activities being carried out there. What was also very important and very critical was also the purchasing power of the population, that you were saying that they are really poor, and then perhaps they need more support, because they may not be able to afford the services if the services are not subsidized. I also like the business model, because to make all this program sustainable, we need to, how do we operate it? We need a clear business model. And I also like the fact that you are now collecting the data so that you can definitely come out with a business model that can now be used to expand or upscale this type of system somewhere else. You mentioned anchor institution. I think that is very important. It is important to get a driver, someone who can really keep bringing in uh, some resources so that it can run, it can last. No, because the point is, if the purchasing power of the community is low, it will also be difficult to that the system can go beyond the support of FP. No, so that is also very important. What I did not hear from you, and perhaps maybe when we open the floor, is what is the role of the local authority? What is the role of the, because you mentioned about community ownership, that is very important, but what is the government is doing? But anyway, that is perhaps we can when we open the floor, we can just discuss about that. Now, I want to give you a presentation about the concepts of the multifunctional clean energy center, and then because the whole idea is that as we are trying to provide energy access, electricity access, to increase the number of people that have access to electricity, it is we need to use different approaches. We saw the example of Madagascar. That is one approach that with a lot of example that can, or transformative example, I can say. So I just want quickly to bring this to your attention. These are the global energy access scenario, or rather the background, the situation we are facing. 360, 375 million people globally lack access to electricity. This is huge. It's basically, this is also the reason why this area are poor. They cannot access easily water. They can also not have food security, because you need energy to pump water for irrigation, like it was mentioned. We also have at the same time also 2.3 billion people that are still using non-clean fuel for cooking, and the majority of them are in sub-Saharan Africa, estimated at 1.3 billion people, and then the rest are scattered in Southeast Asia and Latin America. So when you look at energy demand, it's something that is growing very fast, and then at a level of 7 to 8%. But at the same time, when you look at the energy supply, is sometimes very slow, less than 2%. So again, when we look at the urban setting, 60% of the population living in urban setting are in the informal settlement, and then they spend more on their energy compared to other people, and they lack access to affordable energy services. The other energy access is that in low energy access in sub-Saharan Africa account for 80% of the global population. So again, this is an area that we need solution. We need different type of solution. And then having a huge population still relying on firewood for cooking, this brings a lot of challenges. If we're talking about providing water in cities, and then at the same time you are consuming firewood that are coming from the water capture, what from forest, we are actually destroying the water catchment area, no, to produce firewood for cooking. So it's a virtual cycle that need to be addressed. We also have this high cost of electricity. That's why, because most of the electricity are produced from fossil fuel that are also producing the greenhouse gas emission. And then at the same time, also this electricity are imported. So we need also to, these are also challenges that need to be addressed. But at the same time, most of this place, the global south has huge potential, untapped renewable energy potential. So these are definitely where we really need to look for solutions that are affordable, accessible. Again, we also have social, economic, and regulatory barriers that need to be removed. Of course, if we want to really improve access to electricity. Now, in 2012, we at UN Habitat come out with this concept of multifunctional clean energy center, which is basically what we are calling energy hub, where we actually put different energy solution in one place, energy services in one place. Like Federico mentioned, we are able to provide, to really show the energy nexus, the water, food, and energy nexus, putting in one roof. And again, it's an idea that started sometime before. They were using, UNDP was using the platform for energy using solar diesel generation. But now with this system, we use solar system to generate electricity. And this is what we are calling multifunctional clean energy center. So the integration that integrate solar energy system to provide energy services. It could also be a wind tower, a wind generator. It could also be an hydro power generator. It could also be a gasifier, a biogas system. So basically, we try to convert to put all this in one roof so that we reduce additional cost. So how does it work? We have in one side on this slide, as you can see, we have different type of energy sources. And then on the other side, we have also the different type of services that the center can offer. So we have input on one side, and then we have output on the other side. So for example, in Nairobi, the multifunctional energy center, it includes biogas system, whereby they have public toilets that are used to that provide these sanitation services to the population, but at the same time also produce compost and also energy for cooking. So basically, all these can be put in one roof. We have energy water kiosk, we have the sanitation services, and then we have the solar system that provide water. We could also have a solar hot water system. We could also use other system. We could also have generator for backup, and as well also the battery system. So really, the key objective here is to enable clean and affordable energy access for the urban and peri-urban poor, and also because the idea is also to create value addition, and also create economic impact. The center could also be used as a vocational training facility, uh, using the energy available the same way that we saw in Madagascar, and at the same time also a technological innovation. In the case of Madagascar, for example, we're talking about the microfinance can actually be there. You also talk about the mobile phone company will also use the availability of energy there to provide the communication. So basically, it's the hub really. It can stimulate energy energy system. These are some of the center that exists in Dakar, Senegal. For example, we built a multifunctional clean energy center, but was based just on the biogas system, where we put a facility with a biogas near the sea, because the idea of what treatment of sewage treatment was very complicated. So we did it that, and then in Kenya there are several there Ostrom created this facility, um, and together with Umeme, which is also one of the partner of UN Habitat, through a project that we were also organizing. And then, if you see at this solar system, basically the service that is provided by this facility is for charging portable battery, charging lantern, solar lantern, actually lantern for fishermen, because they use the lantern to fish at night, and also water purification, and also mobile phone charging. And Osram was the one who provided the finance for this. Now, UN Habitat has secured some financing system to construct 4 of these facilities in Harare. Harare being the capital of Zimbabwe, where electricity access there is really sporadic, particularly for the very urban population. So we are going to build 5 of this facility, and each facility will be having a 50 kilowatt solar system on the roof, and then facility will also be provided with vocational training, water purification, battery charging, and as well as tailoring. For example, giving that the energy will be available, and also pumping water for the neighborhood population. We are going to conduct training, energy training, at the center. These are some of the training that we have carried out in the past. The idea is that since the energy is available, the community can now use energy to also produce other energy services, like, for example, building gasifier stove, or assembly solar street light or solar lantern, or producing charcoal briquette. So that is really, so the center become a livelihood, a sort of a youth center, a place where you come, you learn, you acquire knowledge on energy services. So the project in Zimbabwe is called Harare Sustainable City Initiative, with a focus on carbon neutral basic services, and also energy efficient built environment. So these are the different facility that we plan to put there. In one of the center, we will also be doing waste recycling, because taking advantage of the energy that is available, we wanted to provide a lot of activity. We'll also be having producing low carbon bricks using that energy. So basically, and also doing a lot of recycling, like plastic recycling, transforming the plastic into other products. So again, in concluding, just want to say that as we are looking, exploring avenue to address energy access, what we can only say that there are different type of solution. There are some solutions that are focusing only on the finance, making energy affordable by subsidizing. There are also other solutions that look at providing community services so that people can have access. So through the multifunctional clean energy center, we think that it's one of the facilities that provide many solutions at the same time, now compared to other just the electricity connection, because we are not just talking about generation, we are also talking about energy for productive use in the center. It's also improved socio-economic situation by providing affordable energy and other basic services. It's create jobs, like I mentioned, like it was also seen on the example of Madagascar. It provides sustainability because on one side, it's mitigating carbon credit, carbon footprint, or rather promoting mitigating climate change. But on the other end, it can also provide a livelihood center, a center where different activity can taking place. And last but not least, it's a community focus. And this is where we want to learn from the Madagascar, because I have just presented the technology, but I know for the technology to operate, you need to have a business case, a good business case in place, a business model in place, sorry. You need to have community ownership, because after we have put all this installation, what is going to happen? You need also to have a proper management in place, and the capacity of providing technical assistance to the different sectors. So this is we plan to inaugurate our first multifunctional clean energy center in Narare. We are planning. We hope that in March we'll have the first center operational, and by the end of the year we'll also have the remaining 4 center operational. Because the whole idea is that we want to use it as a pilot for sub-Saharan Africa, and of course from Southern Africa countries. And then we also, by learning from other example, we try to see how this model can also be adopted by the government, and use it as through their electrification program, because we have seen places where solar energy has been used to develop mini grid, but this mini grid has not been operational. They are not also not creating revenue that it was intended initially. Because if you put mini grid just to connect people to see television, to have better communication without actually creating job, you end up having a services that need to be sort of sustained all the time. So I stop here. Thank you for your attention. Now, to move to the next, I would like to invite my good friend Jean-Pierre Duntum to just say some few words about the work he's doing in Central Africa.
Don't be afraid, colleagues. I'll make it short. Yeah. I use my computer because my English is so-so. So, as an introduction, I would like to thank UN Habitat for inviting us to take part in this side event. As all you know, it's not really easy to speak at this time when everybody is thinking about going back home. especially intervening after brilliant colleagues who share interesting information based on field experience. But first of all, let me give you a brief overview of the region. I should introduce myself before. My name is Jean-Pierre Lutum, as he said. I'm a former director of the Francophone Institute for Sustainable Energy, and now I am the head of the startup unit of the Central African Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, which is located in Luanda in Angola. The center is called in CEREAC in French and in Angolese, and it is in the process of becoming operational through the setting up of the startup unit that I have the honor of leading. So my mission is to support the CEREAC first steps. CEREAC represents 11 countries, which are Angola, Burundi, Cameroon, Central Africa Republic, Republic of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Rwanda, Sao Tome and Principe, and Chad. These are the 11 countries. Together, these countries cover an area over 6.6 million square kilometers, and have a population of over 220 million people. The energy problem in Central Africa is mainly characterized by the following paradox. The region has a high potential in primary energy resources, fossil or renewable, but at the same time has the lowest rate of access to the modern energy services. The region's hydroelectric potential represents over 57% of that of the entire continent. The region's solar potential is also considerable, with solar flux varying between 5 to 7.5 kilowatt per square meters per day. If a country like Germany includes solar power in its energy mix, so can any country of our region. Wind power also offers good prospects with wind speeds of around 6 meters per second. The huge forest of the Congo Basin is a major source of biomass, which is still the most widely used energy source in the region. Not to mention the wealth of non-energy uses covered by the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. The continent's little-known geothermal potential also offers a promising future. We also need to take into account the tremendous potential offered by the carbon credits, which have yet to be fully assessed and which could significantly catalyze financing. Potential for energy savings is also at its peak. At generation and transmission level, countries have outdated power grids with technical losses that goes up to 40%. In terms of consumption, there is still a low level of energy efficiency despite the low level of access, meaning that we have countries that do not produce enough energies for their development, but still waste the little they do produce. However, this potential remains very poorly exploited due to the lack of appropriate policies and programs at national and regional level. This mismatch between potential and development partly explains the low access to energy in the Central African region, less than 40% for electricity, and the low level of economic and social development, with industrialization still in its infancy. But there are still opportunities in the region. Our mission is to promote, first, the development of energy efficiency and renewable energy, and second, the development of a regional market around these issues. This means structuring the supply of goods and services, in particular by promoting companies operating in this sector. It also means generating demand through institutional and market mechanisms. Our vision is to avoid being locked into a technological ghetto and to remain open to different options with a view to promoting economic development first. The Central Africa region is thus the one that best lends itself for the technological leap that will enable us to move rapidly into the 21st century. The field is vast and the possible partnership just as open. To promote economic development, we need to promote industrialization, particularly in the field of renewable energy. If we are to consume renewable energies, the production tools will have to be wholly or partly homegrown. In short, the desired partnership will have to include a strong technology transfer component. These are the avenues open to us, particularly in the face of galloping urbanization and strong population growth. These avenues can be legislation and tax system, smart grids capable of both supplying and receiving energy from decentralized sources. Put urban planning back at the heart of the national and local issues, popularize renewable energy, and make them technologically accessible to all, including rural population. Promote local manufacturing, promote positive energy buildings, and I have a last one. Maybe try these kind of multifunctional clean energy centers, and if you can install them in countries, it will be kind of catalyst to promote these issues. The list is not exhaustive, but I prefer to leave everyone to complete it. So to finalize, the CERUAC is still young and has strong partnership with UNIDO. It is part of the GenSec, but the field is still open to partners interested in the Central Africa region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. I think you really you mentioned compliment the first two presentation, because basically we're talking about the solution, and then you also highlight the issue of industrialization, which is very keen. The issue of manufacturing, that is very keen, because that is really where a country cannot develop without industrialization or manufacturing. You also mentioned the issue related to the policy, which is very, very important, and particularly you stress the potential, and saying that this is energy is really keen in if the central region of Africa is able to tap the renewable energy potential to actually address its own underdevelopment. I think the center will really move fast. What I also like very important was the issue related to the energy, the inefficiency of energy. You are right. A lot of energy used in our buildings are basically wasted because those buildings are not well designed. They were not designed actually for the tropical continent. I mean, someone coming to Dubai, seeing some architecture here, taking picture and then go and replicate it in Africa, it doesn't work because it's completely different climate. So again, these are things that these are reality that we face every day. Country without energy are wasting half of their energy. So those are the key points. Some of the key points. Now I don't know. I know that we are almost finishing, and I don't know whether we have. Maybe I will ask Esese if you have something to add. Also, Carlo, if you want to add something so that we can sort of open the floor and yes, maybe another yes.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I've been working on this similar, we call them station multi-service in Burundi. So it's the same approach that you've been working on with the UN Habitat and NORCAP as well. And if I can share my experience, it's when it comes to financial sustainability, it's really important to get the local business player involved. Because when we are targeting local economy, basically it's always on rural economy, so transformation and processing of agri products, and we have to in terms of having a replicability of those projects, and hopefully we can create this multifunctional project without subsidies. We have to look for the financial profitability, and therefore the market value chain is the priority in the identification of the projects. So the technologies there, I mean, solar panels are quite easily available everywhere, and the technology is becoming cheaper and cheaper. But what is needed is the business capacity and the transfer of the knowledge in terms of creating local economy through these activities. And it's really good that we can use part of the energy as well for basic services that can be maybe given for free. I'm talking about water purification, or maybe phone charging, which is really accounting for a little part of the energy. But since the most part of the energy is used for agri products, that should be really sustainable. That's just my comment. Thank you, and
Very much.
congratulations for the great work you're doing.
Thank you very much, Carlo. Given that we are all energy, most of our energy, perhaps you can just make a short statement on presentation on what we do, and then also what do you think about this system of multifunctional clean energy
Thank you so much.
center?
My name is Okes. I'm from Nigeria. What we do is we design different models of efficient clean cook stoves. And also we produce biopellets. Our target is majorly Africa, and also we export some type of the stoves which we produce to the European market, because we have a stove that also generates electricity. So it allows people who wants to go camping, summer camping, to be able to charge their mobile phones. So when we talk of energy access, also we saw market in the developed countries. Also, watching and listening to your presentation is also a novel idea. But I want to also make a suggestion, because we are targeting something that is going to be a nexus of economic development activities. We're cited to also include cold storage facilities will be important, so that those who are trading perishable vegetables can also find where they can also save if they didn't finish selling on the market days. And also for those who are also doing clean cook stove production or manufacturing, any of their energy use case commercial activities, can also see where they can keep finished products, so people can also come and buy in bulk to resell. So having a storage facility for cold storage and also for non-cold storage facility will also be helpful to increase the economic and revenue activities of the center. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and also for those suggestions. I think they are well taken. In fact, if you look at sub-Saharan Africa, 40%, between 40 to 45% of food are wasted because of the storage systems, so storage and conservation system. Sometimes they don't have the means to try to transport it from the production site to the consumption site. So again, the different type of use of energy are endless. So it's really really important. I don't know whether you have any comment to provide, to maybe any input to provide to give us. Yes, I also.
But if we look Sri Lanka, so renewable energy is something that we are still under a topic whether are we to adopt it or not. So we have not yet, we're still on our research, whether it will support us or not. So that's what we just quickly wanted to come here and sit, but then we got late. But honestly, enjoy this session. I mean, yeah.
Yes. Anyway, thank you very much. You can still, the presentation is recorded. It will be available online so that you can still catch up. But of course, I just also wanted to say that this concept of multifunctional clean energy center is not just for Africa. We presented example for Africa, but it's something that can be used in many, many, many places because it's actually something that has been. It's just the idea of putting all the energy services in one roof that give the originality to it. But I'm sure Sri Lanka can definitely borrow from the system. I also see here friend of mine, Mr. Ailak, who is one of the world leader in the bottom of light. No, so perhaps Ilak, you can just say something about the work you are doing, the wonderful work you are doing in promoting uh, access to lighting, to affordable lighting. Because if you remember, we were showing some of the activity that are happening um, in the multifunctional clean energy center that we are teaching people on how to build solar lantern. Yes, the leader of light has been really championing this type of activity. Perhaps just 1 minute.
So in a refugee situation, the number is 60 to 80% of humanitarian funds is in the logistics. It's not even in the product so much. So with access to energy, that means that a certain amount of their income or what they produce is for buying, mostly expensive fuel. So giving this kind of turnover of how to build solar lights with local parts, LEDs for motorcycles, solar panels available in Kenya now, all around the world. It's largely the question in the room. Why don't you empower the locals with if 60 to 80% is for logistics, why don't you use more and more of it for what you call hyper localizing energy solutions? So I followed your work with UN Habitat for biocharcoal, and this is exactly the longevity of it. When you donate a solar lamp, it breaks in a year and a half, and locals are not allowed to fix it on purpose, and you have to buy again. So we really localized production, source, and skills building is really the future for long term, rather than the handout. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, closing remark, just yes, very good technology, but we need technology transfer. We need the transfer of know-how. We need these solutions should be nature or locally produced so that we can, with this, we can also increase the sustainability of this product and also the upscaling of it because we all need energy for our activity. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you all.